Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition here of the GSTL, the Global StarCraft 2 Team League 2026 main stage day number 2. I'm of course your VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players and of course by the people in the chat as well. Welcome one and all to our second edition here, our second day, I should say, of the GSTL. Once again, the GSTL, the Global StarCraft 2 League, is back after 13 years of hiatus. It has returned. A big shout out to SOOP. SOOP, they are, of course, the event organizers, and they are behind the Patreon of the GSL. And if you recall, we did have a stretch goal. We had a stretch goal to be able to fund a third season of GSL this year. Unfortunately, that goal was not reached. It was not reached, but we got a good portion of the way there, and with those funds that is going to be set aside here for this event has been set aside for the GSTL. So we do have, even though we have no third season of GSL, at least we have something else here. At least we do have a team league to take its place instead. Again, if you want to help support SOOP, if you want to help support the GSL and now the GSTL and GSLCK, you can do so via the Patreon, patreon.com/GSL, and you can help pledge support and help fund future events for the GSL. Let's go. Let us go. Now, we are going to be jumping into our first matchup here. When it comes to this format, it is going to be a series here between Basilisk and No GG. Basilisk, of course, featuring players like Serral, Reynor, Trigger as well. No GG is a custom team that has been brought together featuring Percival, Solar, and Clem. Let's catch up on the matches themselves here. Now, up first, it is going to be best of 5 between these two teams. Pro League format. What is a Pro League format? As you can see, the players have been assigned ahead of time, and players have had some time to prepare for their matches. This has been made available to them ahead of time, of course, and they can now prepare for their matches. They had time to prepare for their matches. As you can see here, it's going to be a best of 1 between Serral and Percival, followed by Trigger versus Solar, Reynor versus Clem, Reynor versus Solar, and Serral versus Clem at the end of the series. Spicy matchup, baby. Again, this is Basilisk versus No GG. Bearing in mind, it's a best of 5. There's a world, if this goes 3-0 in either direction, we will not get the remaining games, right? So there's a chance that we don't get to see Serral versus Clem or Reynor versus Solar. I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping we can go the distance. I feel like we're being teased with Serral versus Clem at the end of the series. Hopefully we can get there. So again, in general here, it's a best of 5 team league match constructed by all these individual best of 1s. That's what a Pro League format is. It's popularized by Pro League back in the day. As it looks like our players are ready, we are jumping into our first series. Let's go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Rorschach, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing team No GG. It is Percival. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Finnish Zerg player, the red Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Serral. Here we go. We have our player cameras on. We have our series sets. Again, this is going to be a greater best of 5, but merely a best of 1 between these two players. As I do have to, my apologies. I'll have to quickly change the logos mod, as it's going to be a short game because Percival does open up with not just 1, with 2 SCVs. 2 SCVs going for the proxy 2 racks here across the map. Percival, he will commit to aggression. Welcome one and all to Rorschach. Rorschach is a very small map of the map pool. Small map, short rush distance by ground. Aggression here is favored, and we'll see how Serral can react and respond to this. Now, the Overlord is making its way across the map as we speak. Once again, I will fix the logos mod, so my apologies when it comes to the in-game logos being showcased. That was for our tournament. We'll get that fixed. But for now, we do have the Proxy 2X here on the top side. Serral, likewise, is going hatch first. Just a standard opener out of Serral. Currently is none the wiser. Now, Serral should be keeping that second Overlord here outside of the natural. You can see is rallied out and rallied back in. This Overlord should be able to confirm the SCVs as they come in for the bunker rush. Remember, gas is being taken back at home. Again, there should be Proxy 2X Marine into bunkers. This is not the most committed cheese. This is not an all-in. You can transition out of this, and we already had the first sign of that. We have the factory on the horizon here for Percival. That's why the gases are being taken. With this, again, we're holding on to the SCVs, holding on to the Marines. We'll soon pull the trigger, and the goal here is to force an overreaction, get some drone kills, force Serral to pull the boys, and lose extra workers early on. Here comes that bunker rush. First bunker is going to be thrown down. Overlord is going to be picked away out, but I believe it should be able to survive until the pillar. Overlord should get away. And Marines are amassing. They're going to be rallying in. Serral being very patient here. Queen production has begun. Roach Warren. Oh, okay. We're going a little bit harder here, going for the Roach Warren. This tells me that Serral, he might not just defend, but he'll have the potential to counterattack as well after he breaks out. By going for the Roach one here, it does not pull the boys. The hatchery is taking a lot of hits, a lot of damage. The Rax has flowed over, but no, the Overlord kept going. The Overlord kept going. The Overlord is nowhere to be found. And Percival, he was hoping to be a little bit cheeky here and cash that Overlord. He will fail to do so. The Overlord does get away. And again, this hatchery is getting quite low, but Roach production will soon be upon us here. Roach one's done. Queen pops out. And Serral, he will fight for this natural. Here we go. Now he's got 2 queens. So there's 2 queens, he has his lings. We'll see if he can fight for the natural base. He's getting very low, actually. Does go quite low. What SCV goes down? The hatchery will fall, though. Yeah, a little bit too... It's just too low HP. Hatchery does fall. Back at home, Percival going for his own factory. Floating his Rax is over. What you see is what you get. Percival, this is the army. And he has to get the hell out of here. Here comes the counterattack. As I mentioned, with the Roach Warren Percival, you can break out and then try to end the game across the map. Back at home, there is nothing to defend, only SCVs. Do have a tech lab on the factory for a Cyclone or tank early on, but again, Percival needs time. He needs time. Oh, nice pick off. Percival does pick off 3 lings. 3 lings go down. Roach is moving out. And Serral, with those Ravagers, he can knock down that wall. The Cyclone will help defend, of course. And there's a bunker on the high ground as well. Yeah, that bunker. The Overlord moves in for high ground vision. Serral committing in. And we'll slowly chip away at the wall. Yeah, it's chipping away. Behind this, he's joining. Serral, he's joining. He's re-expanding. Serral did sustain a lot of damage losing that hatchery, by the way. Did take a lot of damage. Oh. While they take down the first depot. Yeah, depot goes down. The Cyclone takes a lot of hits as well. Ooh, messy engage. Yeah, messy engage by Percival. Bleeds out more Marines. Lock-on is broken. And Percival should hold here, but has sustained quite a lot of damage already. Going for another add-on swap into what looks to be Banshee play. Thankfully, Cyclone is repaired. And remember, Serral, he's joining. Like, he's joining, saturating, he's building up into a longer game state. Containing Percival on one base for as long as possible. Lock-on is broken. In the end, breaks the lock-on. Pulls back, doesn't want to lose any Ravagers. And checking Serral's vision, he's not fully... I mean, he knows about the factory timing. You can assume that we are going to be having Banshees on the horizon as well. It is going to be Cloak Banshee out of Percival. Back at home, Serral's getting his lair up and running. No spores yet. Bear that in mind. When it comes to anti-air, there are 2 queens currently, and there's no 3rd queen in production, so minimal anti-air. That is a little bit concerning, but it will take a little bit longer here to actually build up that Banshee count. So far, it is soon to be just 1 Banshee. So the first Banshee has arrived, is now moving out, gets spotted by the Zerglings, big scout here by Serral, and behind this, Serral, he's getting ready with his Overseer. The lair is, it should be done in time. I say that again, short rush distance by air. Banshee's moving in. It's still just 2 queens. But thankfully, Cloak is not done. Yeah, thankfully not. Spore just now begins here. The queen taking a lot of hits. Second queen does respond. And Serral holds. So he's holding on. Milo's drone. Okay, 1, 2, 1. One drone goes down. Oof. Banshee takes a lot of damage though. Has to pull away. The Overseer is ready in time. Again, it was honestly a really clutch hold here from Serral. It was all quite greedy and did get away with it, of course. His spores weren't too early. He defended well, with just queens, didn't overreact. Behind this, now saturating his 3rd, and gaining an economic lead. And we'll see if Percival can make his way into the mid game as well. I mean, he already has a third command center. Taking a third base on this map, though, is quite difficult to achieve. Third and fourth base especially. These bases are very open, very exposed. Likewise, short rush distance by ground will allow Serral to be the aggressor as well. I mean, as you saw when it came to the early game, Serral, he is willing to be aggressive, willing to be in your face. Doesn't have to just purely defend and macro and turtle up. Like, that's not really the Serral that we know in current StarCraft. That was the case maybe, what, 4 years ago. But again, in more modern times, like Serral, he's willing to all in and willing to cheese, willing to kind of abuse an opening if there is one. Another taking up further infestation pits. First signs here of infestors. This will help support the Roach Ravager. From there, we typically go into Ling Bane Roach Ravager, then into Ultra Tech with the Hive. We'll see if again Serral heads in that direction or if he commits with Roach Ravager. Spaces look for another way in. Double jump into the main. Percival drops in. We'll get a Roach. Not quite. Roach is a pull back in time. Meanwhile, the Banshees, they do hit the mineral line. 3 drones going to be going down. And a Queen. Oh, not quite. Almost gets a Queen. Clutch chance fuse. The Queen will still go down, but that was for 2 Banshees. Not a bad trade here for Serral. Did lose some more workers, unfortunately. Did lose a couple of drones. But in the end, that Serral, he does hold. Likewise, we do have our safety infestors on the way, and it is going to be that transition into Ling Bane Roach Ravager. There's that Bane Nest. Ling speed is now done. Hive is on the way for the eventual Ultra Tech. Eventually. And Serral's looking quite comfortable. Typically, when it comes to the mid game, the onus is on the Terran player to be as active as possible and deny as much creep as you can. Unfortunately, because the early game has been so messy and so shaky, here at almost the 10-minute mark at 9:30 is when Percival can start to be active. But now there are Fungals ready for him. Speaking of, Fungal does crazy army, catching out 3 Marines, catching out a couple of Marines, forcing the pickup. Creep will be able to spread, and Serral claims a 4th. This is a very dangerous moment here for Percival. Again, ZVT right now is very momentum based. Like, you need to be aggressive, you need to be in the face of your opponent, you need to be denying creep and knocking down some bases, delaying the 4th, delaying the 5th base. If you're not able to achieve that, then Serral will snowball out of control. Especially on a map like Rorschach, it is very difficult to just to try to secure yourself on a higher base count. Percival getting his 4th on location. The scary thing about this map, about Rorschach, of course, is, I mean, there's the gold as well. So once Serral gains map control, can claim the gold as well. To have that boosted economy. Oh, Cyclone goes down. I had Percival a little bit inattentive. Jumps into the main. And trades better in the main. Picks up all these Zerglings. No Banelings to defend. Fungal was late. Nice trades here for Percival. And it looks like the goal here is going to be to turtle up. Yeah, 5th CC is going to be on the way, getting a line of tanks. The goal here is to turtle until Ghosts, to try to just hunker down, build up into Ghosts. Tower was knocked down as well. Trying to get choke points. Percival trying to claim the northern base or this forward expansion is going to be difficult. But at least for now is just sealing up on 4 bases. Thankfully, he's being active though. He's not just turtling up. We do say the main push right through the center. Ultra production has begun. Yeah, so pokes in. Percival dropping into the main base, once again in position to deny the gold. Percival's gonna be careful there. Oh! Oh, Fungal once again just grazing the army. No major connection, not yet. Catching out a couple of Marines, and we just keep pushing. Yeah, the Ultras, they can collapse in. The tank is going to go down. At the same time, Percival does drop into the main. Gets a couple of drone kills. Not bad. But did lose a tank. Did lose his position. Oof, meanwhile, Inattentive will lose a double drop as well. Ay, ay, ay. Delays the the sixth expansion at least for a moment, but... And Percival cannot hold his own. Has to back off. Will take down the Ultra at least. It takes down the Ultralisk. And Serral is maxed. Serral is maxed out. We brought this up earlier, how Percival is going to be very difficult to claim a fifth, whether it's a northern base or the center expansion. It's going to be on Serral to just knock down the expansion time and time again, just ensure the base count stays low. We'll see if Serral can pull that off. Coming from behind, locking down the army. Where's the fungal? The infested out of energy. Sorry, does land one. Does that massive fungal here in the bio. Had that one fungal available. Locks down Percival, and with that, he gets caught out. He gets caught out completely here. Yeah, bleeding out his bio, his tanks as well. A brutal fight here for Percival. And that means that Serral, once he does bring this down, he can just keep pushing. He can keep going. Cleans up the bio, takes down the tank, ghosts are trickling in, but there's no support. No support back. Oof. Thankfully, one tank on the high ground, and we have 5 Ultras on the way. The Percival needs time. He needs time to replenish this army. He just lost far too much, far too quickly. The ghosts are being chased down. Tank falls once again. Losing another ghost to Zerglings. This is at least keeping Serral busy, and it allows Percival to take the northern base. That is true, but I don't think that was quite worth it. Those are some brutal losses here for Percival. No planetary. Yeah, there's no planetary either. Massive Ling run by. Planetary's not ready. Serral gets into the mineral line. SCV is going to be going down. Oof. I'm seeing 7, 8, 9 SCVs. Some critical economic damage. At the same time, Percival, he will deny some mining at the gold at least. There's something, but again, Serral's maxed. Serral's maxed out. He's getting ready in the center. We're built up to 5. Sorry, 7. 7 Ultras. And 2 Vipers. We have the Blinding Clouds ready. We can see Percival double expanding, taking the center base as well. Trying to. So rotating over to the top side. Once again, the space is isolated. It's on its own. So he rotates, catching at the army. Shows a fungal. As Ultras, they try to break their way through. No fungal here, and the Ultras are going to be thrown away. They're quite low. Ultras get low here where the base goes down. Oh my god. Catching fire. 13 SCV kills. There's a fungal. Massive connection. Catching up the ghost as well. The flanking fungal. And again, another brutal fight here. This time even more costly. That was how many ghosts going down? 4. That was 4 ghosts falling. Percival pulls away with what he can. But the reality is Percival has no presence on the map. Not for quite some time. Bardling here onto the 5th. Planetary is done, but no mining. Serral has arrived. And once again, looking to knock down that base. Serral can pick and choose. Does make his way towards the planetary. Mind shot goes off. Decent connection, but the planetary is going to go down. The army's out of position. And the army completely out of position. We mentioned whether it's his forward base or the northern base, they're just so isolated from the rest of the expansions. There's just so much distance that Percival has to travel back and forth in between these bases. Not just that, but again, they're also much more open, much more accessible here, especially this northern expansion. You have a massive entrance, so trying to defend and turtle and claim a 5th, it's insane here on Rorschach. Not impossible, but difficult, especially after having such a rough, like, mid-game. As personally just can't expand. Just cannot expand. Lings, they move in, they deny more mining. Percival taking the forward base. If he can set up liberators and tanks up here on the high ground, then Percival, he can start to gain some ground here and gain some momentum. I will say that one of the downsides for Serral on this map is the low base count. There aren't that, like, Serral, he's capped, right? He's reached kind of like peak saturation, peak bases. I say that there's a world where Serral could even take top right. Like, this is still a pretty fresh base. You can try. So setting up for a flank. Again, the defensive position here is still lacking, I would say, for Percival. Still needs more time. This time reliant on Widow Mines. So dropping into the main. Percival will distract. Ooh, the alternative position. One full overload goes down. Getting one full overlord, the others will unload. Uh-oh. Will we? There we go. So, what's going on? And here comes the main army going for the planetary. Bailey's roll in. They chase down the SCVs. Oh my god, brutal connections. Yeah, 8 SCVs going down the planetary as well. At the same time, those drop across the map. It gets cleaned up. Dropping the main base, still wreaking havoc. Distracting Percival. And again, Percival still cannot get a 5th. Still cannot claim a 5th base. Just not happening. Here on the top side, trying once again. Oh, nice catch on the Infestor. Nice catch. Infestor goes down, another link drop into the main base, this time gets spotted. Percival does race over. And this was a little bit wasteful for Serral. He does drag Percival out of position, I suppose, but there's no follow-up exactly. Outside of Serral building on more Ling Bane, more Ultras. Percival, can he do it? Can he claim the 5th? Oh, this planetary is going to go down. Again, there's nothing in position to defend. Serral is looking to claim it for himself. Oh, at the same time, Percival does drop towards the southern expansion. Okay. And Serral, yeah, he's distracted. He commits into another, but he does take down the 4th. 4th base goes down. Serral will bleed out 2 other expansions, though. We're getting messy. We're getting a little bit messy here. Bailings, they try to catch some reinforcements. Oof. Percival throws away a lot of supply here, taking out those expansions. Did disrupt some of the mining, but remember, Serral, he has a bank. Like, he's fine. Percival taking down some hatcheries is not the equivalent of Serral taking down planetaries. It's not the same. It's not the equivalent. It's nice damage, but again, Percival needs more. Does need more. So catching out a tank, I believe that is the main. Yep, that's the main base floating over. Percival doing what he can to expand. Is that Ultra in the way? There we go. Oh no, it wasn't. Hatchery's being taken. So ensuring that the space is not going to be taken. Oh, at least trying to. There we go, guessing over the tank. Massive fungal, yeah, fungal lands, a bio gets caught. We could have committed a little bit harder there, but Serral, he plays it safe. At the same time, the northern base will survive. Serral being a little bit tentative here, overly so. I mean, hey, Percival, he's got the center expansion. He got it. He got the 5th. Now getting a 6th. This does mean that Percival can start to actually refine his composition a little bit more. He's built up to how many ghosts? 18. 18 ghosts. Things down Burrow. Serral does not move in. Now, what's scary about this position, we mentioned this earlier, how the bases are very finite on Rorschach. With Percival finally claiming the center expansion and this southern base as well, I mean, suddenly, like, he has an influx of supply, or I should say, he has a bank, right? He has gained access to this bank, to all these resources. So, for the most part, he's tapped out. Top right is going to be big for Serral. Percival slowly gaining ground. Liberators are pushed forward. We're forcing out Corruptors from Percival. Sorry, from Serral. Oh. As Percival, he was late to pick up. Nice snipes. Catching at the Overseers. Knocks down another expansion. In doing so, though, again, distracted. Lings 8+ into the mineral line. They do move in. Distracting Percival. Nope. So cleans up the push. Still no mining top right. That's a little bit concerning. I mean, Serral still has a massive bank, to be fair, so he can get away with this kind of position for a little bit longer, for sure. So he moves in. Once again, the Mass Ghost here pushes forward. Catching at the Ultras. Percival's army is now starting to outscale that of Serral. There's a world where Serral might even not be able to... He might not even be able to use his bank. Percival. Oh my god. That's a Mind Shot. Mind Shot goes up. Serral, he's just sealed off from his own expansion. Southern base is under fire. Nice fungal. Yeah, very nice fungal. The Baileys roll in. Ghost getting caught out. Ay. That was how many? That was 6 ghosts going down. But Percival does take down the Southern Hatchery once again. 2 bases going down. Again, Percival, he had to fight hard for the center base for the 5th, but now he has it. Now he's on 6 bases. Serral is still not mined through top right. Again, that's still a big concern. The concerning thing about Serral not mining from this base is that it's still a base that Percival can take for himself. That's the scary part. He can try to claim it himself. Yeah, 5 minutes from now. Yeah, I think my race cleaned up. Does not get the tank. While this has been going on, Serral has been switching into Broodlord Infestor. How many Infestors do we have here? 1. Just 1 Infestor, so it's very, very Broodlord heavy. There's only 1 Viking. Broodlords are revealed. Viking production has begun. Percival getting into more Vikings. Cannot get into all the Broodlords. Are so many. Oh my god, 20 Broodlords! The 20 Broodlord transition. It's a lot of broods. How many Corruptors? 9. Not that many Corruptors here. And again, not many Infestors either. So what's the role of the Infestor, and why do we talk about Broodlord Infestor? To support the Broodlords when it comes to fungling Vikings, fungling the Ghosts. Just fungal support. So I'm a little bit concerned about the higher Viking count that's building up. Oh, Scythe's going up. And I Scythes, Bailey's, they cannot push forward. Broodlords are going to be on their own. And so far, that was 1 Broodlord going down. Vikings, they try to move in. Oh! Viking count is not there yet. Serral gets supply blocked. Uh-oh. Yeah, big supply block. 9 Overlords on the way. Serral does start to saturate top right. And now we have a couple of Infestors, 3 Infestors on the way. Oh, you're the healing pad, true. I mean, it's coming into play as well. Percival making use of it. Trying to take top right. Going for bottom left as well. The turns are tabling. Serral still has a bank. Oof. Mine shot doesn't go off. The Vikings try to push forward. Once again, there's only 6 Corruptors. Nice fungal, the Vikings, though. Yeah, better fungal. Jesus. Press once again, trying to find a better angle. Looking for a way in. If he can land those EMPs, if he can get those snipes. There goes. Oh! Maybe the Vikings. Dodging the fungal. Clutch transfuse, but again, with the Broodlords, they do break through. Yeah, they break through the main defense. They push through the tank line. Much better engage here for Serral. They're just through the sheer amount of Broodlords. Crazy. They just bully the ground army, and again, they're just on the Vikings. The Viking count is not there. 11 Vikings, it's not good enough. Drop top right, 22 drones going down, a massive pickup. Yeah, very, very ambitious. Ambitious moves here out of Percival. Ambitious, pappy. Serral, he's mined out from all the other expansions. It's just the center base and the southern base is here for Serral, and top right, which no one controls. Broodlords are moving in. We built up to 12 Vikings. This, like, previously there was a window in time where if you remember, there was only one Infestor, right? There was very little support for the Broodlords, and you can definitely make something happen with Viking Ghosts. At this point, though, now we're up to 5 Infestors. Whenever the Ghosts try to move in, or Vikings as well, they get punished by Fungals. That window to try to abuse the low amount of supports, I mean, it's closed at this point. The window has closed, and Serral, he's been trading very well. I must say he's lost 3 Broodlords this game. What? He's only lost 1 Broodlord. That's crazy. With all the transfuses. Crazy. Oh. Catching out another Ghost. Another 2. Ghost going down. Percival did take top right, so he can sustain his army and max out. That is true, but I can't afford these losses anymore. The map is mining out. Oh my god, the fungal! Sorry, the snipe. Snipe EMP. Yeah, flanking EMP. Catching out a good chunk of Infestors. Let's go. Esther Percival. There's still 2 Fungals, sorry, 3 Fungals even. It was a nice EMP, but... And I do apologize for having the wrong logos mod. I feel awkward, like, trying to angle the camera. As things they move in, catching at the tank. we now have some freedom. I mean, the army has gotten better over time. That is true. Finally, we've reached that peak Ghost Liberator Viking tank. But it took us half an hour to get there. And Percival had to burn through most of his bank to do so. When it comes to saturation, we have 2 patches here in the center. We got 2 patches here southern side. The top right is still quite fresh. But no one is mining. Nice abductions. The yoinks pad. At this point, Serral's fine. Again, previously when we saw that window of opportunity, Serral, he had like what, a 4K, 3K bank. Now he's got an 8K, 4K bank. Plenty of resources, has been hyper efficient. It still has only lost now 3 Broodlords, but barely any losses when it comes to the units that matter, which is crazy. Yeah, at this point we can see Serral. Now would be the time to just throw away drones, throw away workers, free up supply. Start making more queens. Yeah, we're just throwing away the drones. We throw them away. Once again, we do have 1 ghost coming in from behind. Need mainly zones. Ghost does reveal itself. Oh, nice AP. Nice AP, but there's still fungals left. Still fungals left over. Obviously, there's a world where... oh god, brutal powerbomb. There's a world where if Percival can land EMPs, then collapse in on top of the army, maybe. Nuke, of course, has some potential. Oh, let's go. The landed Vikings healing. Let's go. Okay. Bearing in mind that this ring around the healing pad denies any kind of air units from moving in. That's why you can see them like teleport out. No air units allowed. Vikings, though, they can land. Same time, so with a nice upright. Nice expansion. We're getting a little bit cavalier here. We'll take a couple of power bombs to the face. Oh, go by clubbing. No, split, Pappy, split. So much damage. It's fine. We can just head to the healing pad. There's a lot of Vikings going down. They're trying to waddle in. This will be when the Broodlords move in to deny healing. Vikings, get into the pad. Oh no, Broodlords are pushed forward. Planetary goes down. Oof. Oh, the dodge on the fungal. Did you see that? Vikings, they lifted, so they teleported out of the ring. Dodging the fungal. Let's go. Yes, they're Percival. But Percival is mined out. So no more patches. There's 1 patch left here with 60 minerals, and of course top right, long distance mining. Percival, he rotates to the top side. We spoke about this space earlier, but it's very open, it's much more accessible, and this is not where Percival wants to take a fight. Not where he wants to. Oh, the boys! They're here! The nibbling away at the SCVs. Oh, sorry, he pulls the boys, true. Pulls the boys. Guys mining, takes down the tank. Again, Percival's on the top side, so just out of position. Losing more buildings. I mean, at this point, this southern area doesn't really matter too much. We could see Percival just lift everything up and just go for a great migration. And set up on the top side instead. But, yeah, there's no shot. Like, oh. Ghost coming in. The snipes. Gets one to Brood Lords, the Viper. Some decent pickoffs. I think that's nice, but we need so much more than that. We need so much more. So at one point he had an 8k mineral bank, now he's down to 4k. Wings go for the die, they catch out a ghost. Every ghost matters. Every ghost is crucial. Serral's moving in. Takes down the mine, nice reduction. Catching a Liberator. Going for the power bomb. Oof. Yeah, the army does stack. No! Yeah, brutal stacking. And Serral commits. Yeah, he commits in. Going for the Shroud. Cleans up liberation zones. Ghosts, they're nowhere to be found. And GG. GG gets called. With that, Serral, he will take game number 1 for Basilisk. GG. Whew. He's like, that was only game 1, by the way. Aye. Very quickly, though, I will fix up the logos mod. Un momento. But GG well played. With that, Serral, he will take a lead for his team. For Team Basilisk, they take down Percival 1-0 in that first game. Bearing in mind, this is a team league match. Full best of ones are ahead of us, of course. Serral, he will take that first game, and we'll see if Basilisk can keep that ball rolling here. Heading on over, again, you can check out the Wikipedia page, of course, for some greater details as to the series coming up. But we do have the remaining matches ready here. Up next is going to be Trigger versus Solar in a PVZ. We have Reynor versus Clem in a ZVT. Reynor, Solar, and Serral, Clem as well. Still plenty of games ahead of us. Still plenty more games to come. We will get ready. And I believe we'll be switching over to the Korean server. If I'm not mistaken, I believe Trigger is still in... yeah. He's still in Korea. So we're switching servers. Let's go. Also, it gives me the opportunity to set up. Beautiful. But again, Trigger, he's been in Korea for quite some time, for what, coming up on 2 years? It's crazy. For quite some time has been in Korea. So ping will not be a factor between Trigger and Solar. But of course, when it comes to PvZ, especially in the current patch, in the current meta, Protoss players have been struggling quite heavily. I'm curious to see how Trigger will approach this. We're expecting aggression. We're expecting an all-in of some kind. I guess we'll get further into it once we get into the game itself. But this is going to be a good opportunity for Team No GG to start to recover and to bounce back in the series, to fight back and to put a point on the board. Solar would be the one to do so. Let's go. Let us go. We're getting ready here for game number 2. Just catching him in the chat. Can you not land Vikings with him into healing zone? You can. Yeah. It took a while for us to see that happen, of course, but first we got there. Got there in the end. As our players are getting ready, and I believe we already have our map of choice as well. It is going to be on the Old Sun Temple. Oh, okay, so a bit of Gamba map. It's going to be a 4-player spawn map. Again, the Old Sun Temple, 4 possible spawn locations. Depending on spawn locations, either aggression or some more mid to late game can be favored. Again, depending on spawns. I will say that it despite spawn locations, it can be quite difficult to actually claim a 5th base. I guess a little bit similar to Rorschach in that sense, but the 5th base is very isolated. It's very often its own, so it's quite difficult to spread yourself thin and take those bases getting into a longer game. That's one of the reasons why we're expecting a bit of a shorter game here, especially from Trigger's side of things, to try to avoid that kind of game state. When it comes to current PvZ, when it comes to current meta, Protoss players are either going for all-ins or they're trying to rush into Skytoss. The strength of Skytoss is still there, but getting there is quite difficult. As we are going to be getting ready here for our next game, Vavinos, for the Old Sun Temple. Just trying to get our cameras going. Beautiful. Sorry, just setting things up. Setting up the cameras. Beautiful. Okay. We can hear Solar again.
마이크 뮤트하라.
Yeah, we can hear you. Beautiful. We can check out our players. Let's go. Trigger, he's ready, he's set up. So Solar, raring to go. The cast is they're asking for Solar's doggo. Can the doggo play this time? Can he play again? Let's go. As the countdown has begun, and we're going to be jumping into our next series here, our next best of 1. As a reminder, again, it's a best of 5 between our two teams, constructed by all these individual best of 1s. Serral has taken a lead here and has been able to put a point on the board for Basilisk, but now the pressure's on Trigger to be able to keep that ball rolling. Otherwise, I would say this is a good opportunity here for No GG to begin that comeback. Let's go. Let us go. With spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of the Old Sun Temple, we have the blue Zerg player. We have the South Korean Zerg representing Team No GG. It is Solar. No GG. Where's parting? As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Canadian Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. Here we go. Whew. We're getting to our next game, we're getting to our next matchup here, and we have close spawns. We mentioned this earlier, but the Old Sun Temple, this is a 4-player spawn map. You can spawn in bottom right, bottom left, top right, or top left as well, so 4 possible spawn locations. There is a bit of a restriction on this map where I believe you cannot have vertical spawns, so Trigger would know that Solar is either bottom left or top left. So one of the spawn locations has been removed. This is exclusive to the Old Sun Temple, bear that in mind, just to help when it comes to the RNG nature of scouting for your opponent. Same with Solar, I believe Solar knows that that Trigger is not on the top left. So Overlords are fanning out. There it is. I forgot to mention this earlier, but yes, Intel is the main sponsor here for this event as well, for the GSTL and for GSLCK. So big shout out to Intel for sponsoring. Again, I do apologize for having the incorrect logos mod earlier, but there it is. SOOP for hosting, for running the event, Intel for sponsoring. Let's go. And again, if you want to help support GSL, SOOP, and these events, you can do so via the Patreon. Otherwise, close spawn, short rush distance by ground, this will favor aggression, and it is going to be much more difficult for a Protoss player in this matchup to try to build up into more bases, into a third, into a fourth expansion, and towards the mid to late game. So again, eyes are going to be on trigger here to see what kind of builds we bounce, what kind of aggression or what kind of tech we head down. Based on the pylon placement, does look like a Stargate opener here out of trigger. Again, we'll keep an eye on him. Typically, if it's like a Twilight Council or a Robo, it's thrown down a little bit further back to hide it, to make it a little bit more difficult to scout, to force the Overlord to commit a little bit harder to getting vision as to what's going on. Seeing the pylon here looks a little bit more like a Stargate, but again, we'll see. Depths are on the way. Back at home, Solar's just droning, saturating, building up. And it is that Stargate opener. From here, we do have a couple of options. We could be Oracle to harass across the map to gain a third base, or we could see a Void Ray to hunt down Overlords and to deny vision, deny scouting, and try to hide our follow-up tech. Both are relatively common. Soul's claiming his third. Do we rally to anything? We're rallied across the map. Looks like an Oracle. Typically, if the rally was here towards the Overlord, then it would scream Void Ray or Phoenix. We'll keep it on trigger. So now players are saturating. There it is. The Oracle is on the way. Do it up, so of course I can one-shot drones. Triggers here to attempt to punish and look for a way into the bases. To keep Solo honest. It does come into the shade. Okay, he gets one, he gets two. 1, 2 drones going down, and not a bad start here as we're going for a third worker. 3, 4 drones. Oh, Solo comes back too soon. It comes back a little bit too soon here. 4 drones to 2 adepts. That's a better trade for trigger. The downside, of course, that means there's no adepts to defend the third base, and the Oracles rallied to the third instead. Or outside of the natural. Lings, they find an opening. They don't quite go for it. Making the way over to the third. Behind this, we do have Twilight Council on the way. At a reasonable time, the third base was already halfway done. We're expecting a Forge alongside this. Now expecting a Forge. Now just going for the Council. No Forge in sight yet. Interesting. Gateway Explosion. Without a Forge, this might be Blink. This might be Blink into an 8-gate setup, into a 3-base 8-gate all-in. The reason why I jumped to that conclusion is just because there is no Forge. With no Forge, there's no upgrades. With no upgrades, there's no setup for a longer game, right? We're not setting up for the mid-game, the mid to late game, right? As we're going to be far behind in those upgrades. So currently there are 4 gateways, and we're anticipating an additional round of gateways. Especially because of the spawn location and because of faster warp-ins in the current patch, would make sense to go for an all-in. We'll see if it comes to pass. Oracle to the main base. Solar does react well. Oracle to the natural. Once again, Solar does pull away. Going for the stasis traps, catching out 1 drone, catching out a Zergling, nothing major. Oracles are zoned away. When it comes to... Oh, never mind! Stasis trap in the main is catching out a lot of drones, actually. Yeah, looks like there was a second trap. That should not have happened. Should not have happened. Trigger finding damage, punishing Solar. Gets a drone, gets 1, gets 2. We can see no gateway explosion, and there's a Forge on the way, so a very late Forge, very late Forge here for Trigger, but this tells us that Trigger plans on going into a longer game, right? You see a Forge, it's like, okay, upgrades are going to be on the horizon, tech is going to be on the way, Temple Archives as well, into Storm. This is a little bit risky. So Trigger is getting ready for that mid game to get into Blink, into Storm. The issue here is, again, his upgrade is going to be a little bit more delayed. Solo's going to be free to drone up to 4 base, to a 4 base economy. We'll see if Trigger can find more damage and slow Solo down. Trigger going double robo. Oh, okay. Interesting. Leads him move in. They catch out a Stalker. A very nice pickup. Stalker goes down. But we're going double robo into double immortal production, I would imagine. Unless we're going Storm into Colossus. I mean, the Colossus was... I was going to say it was buffed, but right now the Colossus is a little bit better against Roach Ravager. Against light units, I mean, there hasn't really been any significant increase. It is going to be immortal production. It's going to be a very robust army. Once again, though, my big concern is that Trigger doesn't really have anything pressuring the economy of Solar outside of the Oracle Harass. And now that the Oracle Harass has subsided, Solar has been able to drone up and can keep droning from here as well. Building up with Lingbane Roach Ravager. Sorry, at the Lingbane Hydra, I meant to say. Roaches were on the mind from previously. Solar's free to drone. And it's going to be a tough hold here for Trigger. We're going to be heavily reliant on Storms. Versus a zoning Storm. Better Storm with the Zerglings. That's 2 Storms being spent. Solo droned up to 81. Now Solo's droning up a little bit further, up to 84. But at this point, Solo should be fixating purely on Lingbane Hydra, on just army production. Just pure Lingbane Hydra. You can see Trigger getting ready here to defend. It's a very open, low ground expansion. Solo can come in from the top side as well. Here come the 2 Storms. Good Storms on the mainlings at least. Solo rotating over. Trigger keeping up with the rotation. It's keeping up. Link dropping to the main base was dealt with. Ooh, stasis goes off. And so far so good. Yeah, Trigger is holding on, deflecting both armies. Oof, Archon almost gets caught. Casito. Yeah, behind the Solo coming in, getting through the storms, and now we collapse on the army, and Solo's done it. Solo's done it, has broken through. Trigger's army has fallen. Hydra's overwhelm. They catch out the Immortals, they catch out the Archons. Heavy losses there for Trigger. Again, the army was a little bit too far forward, or too far north. They're on the top side. Now the Immortals come in, the High Templar as well, but Trigger is off so much already. And Solo he can just rally. He can just keep rallying. Just keep rallying across the map. Not stopping. Just they start step forward, catching in more Stalkers. Lings they flood in, they force out the Storms. There's no Storms left. Yeah, 0 Storms remaining. And with that, this base will not stand. No shot. And again, this is our concern, is that the build of choice that Trigger decides to go for, going for the later upgrades and then into later Storm, trying to turtle up and trying to defend on 4 bases, it's so difficult to pull off here in the current meta, especially on this map with these spawns. So it's a bold move. Didn't get away with it. GG. GG gets called. Solo, he will fight back for his team for no GG. Oh, he's just gone. GG. GG, well played with that Solo. He will take the game. He's out of here. He's got places to be, Pappy. Oh my god. With GG, well played. Solo, he will claim the game. And with that, we're getting ready for our next matchup here. Oh, it's going to be over on the European server this time. But again, GG well played. Winding it back again, it was an interesting choice for Trigger. You heard me mention at the time, but typically we opened with stating this, if you recall, when it comes to PvZ, either you all in or you try to turtle into Sky Toss. And here we saw Trigger play a little bit more like pre-patch, right? Blink Stalker into Storm into like a 4-base economy. The issue with this kind of style and why you don't really see it currently in the current meta is because it's quite passive. It allows the Zerg player to freely get up to 80 plus workers, and then with the increased larva production that they have because of the larva change, then they just very quickly max out. They max out, they snowball out of control, and they get out of hand. But very quickly it just gets out of hand, and that's also why, like, you've seen Protoss players move away from this kind of style and move more towards either a hyper aggression or hyper greed, like one or the other more extreme ends of things. You can argue that going for something like this can work a little bit better on some of the larger maps, if there's a little bit more distance between yourself and your opponent, but especially with close spawns, it can be very difficult to get away with that on the Old Sun Temple. Just because your opponents rally and they reinforcements are right next to you. But here we go. Here we go. We're getting ready for our next match. We're heading over to the European server for Clem versus Reynor. Oh my god. Let's go. We're getting ready for our next matchup. For our next series. Again, Clem versus Reynor is going to be coming up next. It might actually be a little bit beneficial if I do this. You tell me. But I could... There we go. Maybe that's useful. And it's going to be on Rainfall. But, and if you can see, I'm adding the maps. I still don't know what's better. There we go. You can see the maps under the player's name on the right side, over there. So under Percival, Rorschach, under Solo, Old Sun Temple, under Clem, Rainfall. With the application that we're using, it does actually feature the map under the players, as you can see. But that might make it a little bit more awkward to see. At Eternity's Edge. Sanctuary 3. Now let me know if you like it. It's a nice feature. You can see the maps now. But it does make the visual be a little bit messy, a little bit busy. The busy visual. But now you know the maps. Now you know the maps ahead of time. So again, Reynor versus Clem is going to be on Rainfall. Reynor versus Solar will be after that. If we get there, of course, which we should be able to. Now that we have a back and forth tied 1-1 scoreline, does mean that we will at least get Reynor versus Solar, and we might even get Serral versus Clem at the end of the broadcast. We might get there. This next series is going to be a hard one to call, though. Reynor and Clem, especially in a best of one. In a greater series, I would typically favor Clem. I'd say the Clem would be favored here, like in a longer best of 5, for example. But here, it's only a best of 1. Anything can happen. Like that's the, I guess, exciting thing about this kind of formats and about these best of ones is that, you know, on a good day, upsets can happen, or not even upsets, but even matches like this are just very, very close and very like 50-50 in a way, and can go either direction. Players can punch up with a cheeky build as well in that best of 1. So we'll see. Shall see. We're just making sure that we have all the players and all the casters. Bringing everyone together. And setting up the cameras as well. Just setting up cams. Clem and for Reynor. Shouldn't be too early in Europe. Shouldn't be too early. Oh. We have links. Okay. Okay. Go Reynor. I think. Oh my god. The bed hair. Man, we're going back to the future. Let's go. I'll show them up soon. Sorry, just getting Clem ready as well. Beautiful. Okay, you can hear the beats. We're loading into our next game. We're going to be loading into Rainfall. I see in the chat people asking about the live stream. Again, this is live streamed on SOOP and only the SOOP platform. Later on tomorrow, this should be available on YouTube. But that will be most likely tomorrow. The VODs will be available. Again, live coverage will be exclusive to the SOOP platform. SOOP, of course, is kind of like Twitch, but in Korea. And here we go. We're getting into our next game, into our next matchup, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Rainfall, we have the blue Terran player. We have the French Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player, the Italian Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Reynor. Let's go. The bed hair, pappy. It's like a tornado. My god. Vámonos. As again, we're tied up 1-1 currently in our best of 5 with Basilisk and no GG. Oh right, sorry. I think I introduced Clem as being a part of Team Liquid. I just autopiloted, but no, it's of course Clem representing Team No GG, the most BM team out there. Kappa. As welcome to Rainfall. Rainfall, of course, is a smaller map of the map pool, shorter rush distance by ground. Aggression is typically favored here on this map. Why is that the case? One is the rush distance by ground. That is true, but we have been talking a little bit about about base locations and base layouts and how difficult or easy it is to defend certain locations. Here you can see a low ground expansion that is very open. Very open here. Very minimal choke points, very minimal kind of like avenues to defend with SimCity. You have to invest harder and you have to invest more into your buildings, more into your SimCity to try to defend here on the low ground. Same can be said on the left hand side as well. Both these bases are on low ground. Likewise, you have this high ground area in between the bases as well, so you can wedge yourself in between the bases, push across the map, and try to just overwhelm. Aggression is typically favored here. On the flip side of things, when it comes to TVZ specifically as well, to counteract that, we have seen Terran players be very aggressive as a response, not all in, but just make sure that they keep the Zerg player defending. If you can keep the Zerg player defensive, then you can expand yourself. The best defense is a good offense in TVZ. Where if Clem is active with 1, 2, 3 drops, applying pressure, knocking down creep, keeping the army busy, keeping the Link Bane back at home, then Clem's bases will be untouched. So that's typically what TVZ is reliant upon. Reaper does move out across the map. SV looking to delay the expand. As again, just so far, just a Rax expand here. Out of Clem, standard opener. Reaper does poke in. Pokes forward, but won't get much done. Might get a Zergling though. Okay, 1 Zergling goes down. Very nice start to get 2 Zergling. Never mind. Yeah, 2 Zergling kills. Very nice pickups here by Reynor. Sorry, by Clem. As he does catch 2 of Reynor's lings. And he's hoping for the tumor as well. Being cheeky. Extra shots here on the Zergling once again. Este Clem. Calm down. Here does back in, does pull away. Behind this, Clem going for a 1-1-1, a much more aggressive build here, going for a delayed third CC. Bearing in mind that this is becoming more and more popular nowadays, because the command center is cheaper, you can get away with delaying it. You can delay it further just because it's now less of an investment to get into your command center. So going for a 1-1-1 is not as committed as it once was. It's much more accessible. A 1-1-1 means a reactor to Hellion production into Banshee play, into a high Hellion count, and if you know Clem in TVZ, you know that he loves diving. He loves to dive. If he ever sees an opportunity, he will rush past the queens and rush into a mineral line. He's an animal like that. True. So it picks up the frames. There we go. Reaper does go down. Hellions they poke in. Behind this, we are committing into Cloak. So Cloak Banshees here out of Clem. We spoke about it earlier. Right now, especially in this matchup, it's all about just applying as much pressure as possible, keeping the Zerg player just busy at home, keep them on the back foot. Reynor going Evo Chamber first. Does go for the chamber. This should be for early +1 carapace. Likewise, going into early carapace has become a lot more common in ZVT as well, due to the change to the cost of carapace. It is now cheaper. Now less of an investment or less of a commitment to spend your gas on something like carapace. Things they poke in. They poke in, they delay the move outs. Keeping Clem busy. Lings they don't get into the main. But Reynor's ready for the backstab. There's that carapace upgrade, as we did mention. Hilarious on the way as well. Clem doubling down into bio. And does have a full wall. It has that wall off. Lings that will delay some of the production, some of the depots. And Clem, he thinks about turning around. Ooh, as the depot is going to fall. That's a kill. That's a kill, not a cancel. Nice pick off. Banshee is now revealed. Hellions, they rotate across the map, and oh, sorry, we have the other Banshee across the map as well. Gets a queen. Yeah, queen does go down, not bad. 3 damage on the other queen. Barely out of vision here with the spore. Yeah, Lings are getting roasted. Yeah, catching on almost every single Zergling. Good trades here for Clem. Doesn't get into the mineral line like he wanted, but hey, gets a queen, it picks up some more Lings. Does 25 Lings and 1 queen going down. So nice trades here by Clem. And we did mention something earlier, but there it is. Yeah, there's that later third CC. And to double evades. Clem building up into the mid game. May even delay the 4th. Hoping to. Oh, nice catch. Surrounds 1 Hellion. Hellion gets surrounded. We can see Reynor, he wants them. Takes down another Hellion, down to 4. And we'll clean them up. There we go. Down to 3, down to 2, down to 1, down to 0. All the Hellions are going to be cleaned up. Nice catch out of Reynor. Back at home, we have the bio amassing here for Clem. And ideally, we'd be pushing, and you could even invest into an armory and morph in Hellbats and have Hellbat support for your bio tank push. But the Hellions just got caught. They just got caught out, so this is going to be a weaker push here by Clem. Still moving out with the tanks, but won't have any Hellions to make sure that the Lings don't collapse on those tanks. So a weaker move out of Clem. Tanks will still siege up on the high grounds. Still quite far back. Taking down the Overlord. Defending the 4th base. Lings are coming from behind. Yeah, they're coming from behind, but they will be punished. Again, typically the Hellions will be here in position to deny any kind of Ling harass. Or Ling flank. But so far, Clem, he's trading well. Cleans up more creep. Ooh, we'll take a fungal to the face. Yeah, massive fungal. The Marines, they get shut down, and Reynor's holding. Yeah, Reynor, he's going to hold on. Takes down the tank. There's 1 tank left. Again, Reynor being very greedy here. I don't know if you noticed, but Reynor, to afford these Infestors, he skipped Banelings. It's not Ling Bane, it is Ling Infestor into Hive. This is a style that Reynor is known for. We've seen Serral attempt this, and he's had some mixed results, but this is Ling Infestor Ultra. We're skipping Hydras and we're skipping Banelings. It's quite greedy. It's quite greedy here. And it's a very risky playstyle because you are heavily reliant on those infestors, on those fungal growths. As you can see, yep, there's the Ultra Cavern. The plus side is incredibly fast Ultras. So Reynor's win condition is survive until Ultra Tech. Can he survive? And then the Ultras should just outscale. And again, when it comes to this build, we've seen mixed results. Like, we've seen it succeed, we've seen it fail. It's just, again, a very risky style. The Gamba Pappy. And when it works, though, it works. Yes, Clem is in position. Manages to harass on the right-hand side. The main push has not been reinforced. Reynor's just buying more time. Ultra Cavern is now done. Ultra upgrades are on the way. That's kind of the next big power spike here for Reynor. Waiting for Kindness Plating. Reynor's almost there. Collapsing on the Marines. Yeah, nice collapse. Ooh, Infestors, they will get away. Oh my god. Taking 2 shots to the face, but a nice cleanup here. The tank goes down. This weakens the push. Transfuse on the Infestors. And how many Ultras are out? 1 Ultra so far. Just 1 Ultralisk. Reynor once again going for the backstab. Fungal lands. Ultras are revealed. Queens are holding the line. Oh, 1 Queen falls. They're losing 1 Queen so far. Lings, they do get into the mineral line. SCV is going to be going down. Ooh, friendly fire. Yeah, 7 SCV kills. Massive fungal growth. Yeah, the Fungals lands. Fungals are landing. We have, I think, 1 more Fungal available. Do we spend it? Oh my god, the transfuse. There we go. Fungal does, the Infestor does fall, but cleans up the army. Cleans up the army, getting on top of the tank as well, and Clem will lose everything. 8 SCV kills, and Clem will lose the army. And Clem is running out of steam. He's running out of steam. Clem is in trouble. He failed to break Reynor's 4th base before Ultras. And now Clem can't deal with it. Not like this. He's going back into Fire Bats. Going into Blue Flame. I mean, again, there are no Banelings, right? So it makes sense. If there are no Baneling support, then going into Fire Bats, they have a lot of value. Baneling speed is on the way. It's very late, it's very delayed, but it's coming. As the Ultras, they push forward. Massive Ling run by, getting more SCVs, denying Blue Flame. Not bad. Yeah, Blue Flame is denied. And Clem is falling apart. He's falling apart here. GG gets called, and Reynor, he will take the game and extend the lead for Team Basilisk. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Reynor, he will run away with it again. It was a very risky style here from Reynor to cut all those corners, to skip out on Banelings, to go purely Ling into Infestor, into that Ultra Rush. And he got away with it. Again, very nice. Run-bys, counterattacks. We mentioned it earlier, but it was a really strong start when Reynor was able to collapse. When he was able to collapse on the Hellions. Clean up all the Hellions. It meant that the tank push was weaker. We try to emphasize that having those Hellions make sure that the tanks are safer, or even just supports the Marines to gain more ground and to push a little bit harder into the low ground 3rd expansion. But Clem, he had less pushing power available to him, and Reynor was able to buy enough time to survive and to get that hive going, to get the Ultra Cavern, to get Kindness Plating. GG. GG, well played. And with that, Reynor, he will take his game. Basils, they're up 2-1, but remember, this is a best of 5, and the pressure now falls on Solar. Oh boy. The pressure is on. As up next is going to be a ZVZ between Reynor and Solar. Let's go. Let us go. As the players are getting ready. And as a reminder, it is going to be a ZVZ on at Attorney's Edge, so a bit of a larger map, longer rush distance by ground. Despite that, ZVZ is still very aggressive and still very chaotic, and we do still expect shorter games between these two players. We'll see if we can embrace the mid game, or if we go for early pool aggression. Reynor and Solar are very much so willing to mix in 10 pools, 11 12s, to mix in like hyper aggressive builds. They're willing to do so. But again, one more loss, and Basilisk, they will win the series. I say, if Basilisk, they win one more game, they will claim the series. Solar, he needs to win this game to force the ace match. So the pressure is on Solar. Here we go. Oh. Just setting up our players, setting up our cameras, just setting up. Beautiful. 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 Okay. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. So again, we have our cameras ready. We are good to go. Good to go, baby. Sorry, just setting up. We're just setting up and preparing everything with the players as we're going to be loading into Attorney's Edge. Once again, as we did try to mention earlier here, the pressure is on Solar to fight back to force that ace match. Otherwise, Basilisk will run away with it. Let's go. It all comes down to this ZVZ. Oh boy. I got a matchup that is known for its aggression, known for being very in your face, especially on the latest patch as well. There's a little bit more gambling, or the gamba, going on when it comes to the openers, when it comes to your build of choice. We'll get into it. A shocking number of GGs for no GG so far. True. I mean, last week or 2 weeks ago at this point, day one of the event, we did see some no GGs out of some of the players. Thankfully, it was on brand. It was a little bit more on brand, but maybe that's what's weighing them down. You know, this series. Maybe that's why they're struggling a little bit more. They got to be more BM. They got to. They gotta embrace their team name, baby. Aye. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of At Attorney's Edge, we have the blue Zerg player. The blue Zerg player going for a 10 pool, by the way. Going for the 10 pool, it is Solar for Team No GG. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, getting 10 pooled, we have the red Zerg player, the Italian Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Reynor. Let's go. Let us go. Now, when it comes to our opener sheet, when it comes to our builds, 10 pools are not all in. There are all in variations where you can like 10 pool, drone pool, but for the most part, this is an aggressive build. Behind this, you typically expand. You take your natural base, you drone up behind it as well. The goal here is to disrupt the opener of your opponent, force them to pull the boys, and ideally kill some workers, but Reynor does open pool first. Okay, very safe build out of Reynor. If Reynor went hatch first, then there were going to be opportunities for Soul to get damage done, but now that it is a pool first opener, this means early link production, and we just actually spoke about this when we were loading into the game. In ZVZ, there's a little bit of gamba going on, a little bit of a rock, paper, scissors. 10 pools are good against hatch first. Pool first is good against 10 pool. Like there's that kind of like rock, paper, scissors dynamic here. So I do favor Reynor's current position. I do favor it as Lings are rushing across the map. Here come the Zerglings. Reynor, he will see this ahead of time. We'll spot the Zerglings. Reynor is aware. Now he has time to hotkey his drones and prepare his defense. Now Reynor still has to determine whether or not there's like it's like an 11-12, whether there's gas behind this. We know that there isn't. Reynor needs to check for the expansion. Lings to arrive, and Reynor should fight. Yeah, he needs to fight for his hatchery. He should not lose it. As boys are being pulled, likewise, Reynor has to make sure he does not lose any drones. Nice around, but he will lose one. Yeah, one drone goes down. Losing two. Yeah, 2 drone kills. And oh no, lose 3. We'll lose 4. Yeah, this Link comes in, hides the drone to the gas guys. He still gets it though. That's some cheeky control there by Solar. 4 drone kills. Ay, ay, ay. We get a little bit messy out of Reynor. Queen pops out. Reynor does defend, but now the drone count is much, much closer than it should have been. Much closer. As Reynor still has an advantage, still has a worker lead, but only slightly. Bearing in mind that Solo's hatchery is just now finishing, now claiming his gases, and the game will calm down from here. The game will calm down. Again, as it all settles, I do prefer Reynor's position. Reynor, he's in a stronger position here, that is true, but only slightly. The advantage that Reynor has, again, isn't as large as it otherwise could have been. From here, we join, we saturate. The next big question is, where do we spend our gas? Do we go into link speed? Do we go into an early lair? Do we go into an early roach warren? Like, what is that gas going to be spent on? Off of a 10 pool, it's very common for Solar to skip link speed and to go into 2-base roach and to wall off, but because of those tendencies and because that is what is expected, link floods can occur to catch a player off guard, as Reynor should be skipping the Bailey Nest, right? And because Reynor will be skipping the Bailey Nest, it means the link flood can work if it's hidden. There it is. Yeah, link speed is on the way. This is abnormal. This is abnormal here. We'll see if Reynor does go for the Bailey Nest or not. Reynor's going for the early Eva chamber, into +1 carapace, into Ling Roach. So again, Reynor should be skipping his Bailey Nest, so there is going to be a window in time where Solar could Link Flood. He just scouted. Wow, Reynor, he just scouted. He saw the research, he knows. Yeah, this should not have happened, but Reynor is now fully aware. He's aware of Link speed. Solar going for his own scouts. Reynor's in position. Denies the scouts, very nice, and Solar does not see the researching link speed or the early +1 carapace. Solar's still going for the link flood anyway, but again, he's already been scouted, so Reynor should not overdrone. Reynor still has no nest, that is true, but he does have an equivalent amount of Zerglings, or at least he should. That's a lot of Lings. It's a lot of Lings on the way for Solar. This is a risk here from Reynor because in his mind, he doesn't know if, because Solar got scouted, there's a chance that Solar cancels. There's a chance that he just cancels link speed and takes up into like a faster lair. Reynor is gambling that Solar would still be hyper aggressive anyway, despite being scouted, and Reynor reads Solar well. Reads him well, here comes Link Flood, and Reynor's ready. He's not been droning. Reynor's ready. Reveals his own Zerglings. We have 18 more Lings on the way here for Solar. More Ling production. And Reynor, he does engage with reinforcements. Solar will win this fight. They will win this. This was an anti-timing. +1 carapace is on the way, but it's not done yet. Reynor, we're going to calm down. Have to calm down. Roach production has begun. We did mention that +1 carapace typically leads into a Ling Roach all-in. So Reynor, he's going for the all-in. Gets us around here. Lings, they will defend. The hatchery will survive. Oh, Reynor's getting cornered. Oh, does get out. Barely pulls away. Whew. He threads the needle back. He jukes. Reynor's getting ready for his all-in. Solar taking up into the lair. Oof. Remember, this is a hatch tech all-in out of Reynor. He did not waste money on the lair. Solar is. Carapace is now done for both players. Oh, nice round. Yeah, very nice round. Reynor completely out of position. Yeah, he's out of position. Roach is going to be falling. Ooh, efficient trades here for Solar. Reynor cool with his pants down. Yeah, the pants are down. He's trying to transfuse. Reynor, he leads out 5 roaches. Heavy losses there for Reynor. Remember, the roaches are the backbone of Reynor's army. He needs them. He's got 8. He has 8 roaches left. Now pushing across. Remember, Reynor still has a larger army. Reynor can still pull off this all-in. He can still do it. But again, imagine this army with 5 extra roaches. If that was the case, Reynor would keep pushing, but now he's forced back, and now he drones? Oh, okay. This is dangerous. Remember what we said earlier. Reynor has no lair. He has no lair. He's behind in tech. Roach speed is halfway down for Solar. And Reynor, he throws down 7 more drones. The ball is soon to be on Solar's court. Where Solar can be more active with his roaches. It's going to be on Reynor here to buy time. Just buy time to catch up. Better engage here for Reynor. Better engage. Better concave. You can see he threatens with the army while he drones. Oh, Reynor, he will kind of take the fight. Yeah, he will. Once again, better engage out of our red Zerg. Lings, they pull away. Again, this was a fake out. Remember, Reynor, he was droning behind this, just trying to force a reaction out of Solar. And he did force a reaction. And the scary thing here is that Solar, he has not been droning. You can see Solar, he has not been droning up. Reynor has. This is a misread. It's a misread out of Reynor. He believed that he was behind, so he had to catch up. It is true. He was behind, and he is catching up. But the problem is that he already caught up. Like, he's going a little bit further. There's a window in time where Solar can pull this off. It's now Solar's turn to all in. Again, no drones at the 3rd base. Solar commits. The creep highway is set. And Reynor, can he hold on? Can he survive? He's down in army, but not by much. Better concave from Reynor. I think these Zerg players, they look the same. So better concave here for the red Zerg. A Bile to connect. Reynor, he pulls away. Nice dodge on the Biles. Yeah, it does dodge, does break through. The Queens, they come in to reinforce. Once again, Biles, they do not connect. The Ravagers are exposed. And with reinforcements, Reynor should have enough. And he does. Reynor, he does have enough. Reynor, he will overwhelm. Cleans up the Lings. Getting us over the Ravagers. Lee's trying to. There we go. Dodging the piles. And Reynor, he gets away with all the drones. He gets away with droning. He defends as well. The greed. He got away with it, Batty. Oh my god. We'll take a blast to the face towards the end, but it's fine. GG gets called. And Reynor, he will claim the win and the series for Basilisk. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Oh, the head, the bad hair, Bobby, the bad hair. GG, well played. Cheeky grin towards the end there. But Reynor, he will claim the win over Solar. He will claim the series for Basilisk. GG. GG, well played. Will claim it with that. Basilisk, they will claim the series 3-1. Serral took down Percival. Solar, he fought back. He did fight back in the series, of course, against Trigger. And Reynor and Serral, they do clean house. They do clean it up towards the end. Basilisk, they will claim the win. Serral and Clem, they were slated to have their series if we went to the ace match, but there is no ace match. And there is no ace match, so congratulations here to Basilisk as they will claim the win. Reynor carrying quite a bit here. He pulls his weight even more than that by defeating both Clem and Solar. GG. GG. So with that, congratulations to Basilisk. Bearing in mind, this was merely only the first series. What do I mean by that? Well, when it comes to Basilisk versus No GG, they first face off in a Pro League best of 5, Pro League format, which is what we just saw. Up next, we have the all-kill format. So they're going to have another best of 5, 2 best of 5s back-to-back. First Pro League format, which Basilisk just won, and now it's time for the all-kill format. Let's go. As you can see here, Serral is going to be the starting player. Solar will be joining him. Un momento. As we set up the players, we set up the cams. So what is an all-kill format? Well, all-kill format is all-kill. It means that we're going to have another best of 5. We have our starting players, as you can see, Serral and Solar. The winner of this series, of this initial best of 1, will stay on. The winner stays on, and then the opposing team have to keep fielding players until they knock the opposing player out. So, and because of that, you can all-kill, right? One star player can win every game and all-kill the opposing team. It is possible, or reverse all-kills also occur as well, or you can have a nice back and forth. Of course, that can also happen. So we do have the second series here. Now, if Basilisk win this all-kill format, they will win the overall series. If No GG win this all-kill format, then we will have a back and forth, and then this will lead us into the Super Ace match. So if Basilisk wins the Pro League, if No GG win the all-kill, then that leads us into one final game after this finishes with a Super Ace match, best of 1. Both teams just pick one player, and it all comes down to a singular best of 1. We have yet to experience the Super Ace match in the GSTL this year. We've yet to experience it, but we'll see if we get there. See if we can get there. If you remember, that's actually how Axiom Acer defeated Azubu in that Super Ace match, where if I remember correctly, Azubu won the Pro League format, then Axiom Acer won the All Kill format, and then that led into the final best of 1 between Innovation and Supernova. That Super Ace match. But here we go. So we are getting ready here for our next game, for our fresh series, our fresh best of 5. No breaks. We just keep going. Keep it going, Pappy. In the all-kill format, this is also where star players can carry a team, for sure. This is like where there's an argument for and against the different formats, and I mean, thankfully we have both. Personally, I'm a bigger fan. I mean, they both have their place. Personally, I'm a bigger fan of the Pro League format, just because it's a team effort, right? You have your entire team has to show up and has to fight, of course, for the series, to claim the series. It's a group effort, if you will. For all kill, again, like you can have one star player and they can shine and they can just carry the team, which is exciting to see a player go far and take down all these players for sure. But let's go. Let us go. Spawning in the bottom-hand corner of Washout, we have the blue Zerg player. The blue Zerg player, the South Korean Zerg, representing Team No GG. It is Solar. Let's go. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Finnish Zerg player, the red Zerg, representing Basilisk. It is Serral. So let us go the ace player for his team. I mean, I say the ace player again. Reynor, he had the most wins in the Pro League format. Of course, he had the most wins. Here we'll see if Serral can make up for that. See if he can make up for it here. As so far we're joining, both players are. Remember, in the last ZVZ, Solar did open 10 pool and was able to get 4 drone kills at the start of the game. This time, both players are joining. It's looking like either hatch first or pool first, and there it is, hatch first out of Solar. Same can be said for Serral as well. Gonna welcome to Washouts, one of the more standard rushes maps out there. It's not as large as some of the others, not as short as like Rorschach or as Rainfall. So hatch first out of both Serral and Solar. So we're going to have a much more standard and much more tame early game. This will lead into Ling Bane. Remember, last game we skipped the Ling Bane phase. That is common when it comes to early pool builds. Here with hatch first builds, it's much more common to go Ling Bane instead. Last game we were Bane-less. Likewise, both players should be claiming their third expansions and building up into Ling Bane, then into Roaches. From this position, it is still possible that one of our players decides to wall off on 2 bases. It's just unlikely. It's very unlikely here. Instead, we're looking to see either an early or later Baneliness timing, an early or later Eva Chamber timing. Solar, for example, is very fond of going early Eva Chamber into +1 Carapace. We saw both players embrace that last game, both Reynor and Solar. If you recall, Solar did popularize +1 Carapace into Ling, Roach, or Lins a couple of years ago. It is the Solar build, for good reason. And he did take a good amount of games off of Serral with said build. But again, this would have been like in 2023-ish era of StarCraft. Around that. But now, third bases are being taken for both players. Again, just a much more standard, much more tame ZVZ. Comparing this one to the last one we just had. Much more tame. Meanwhile, Baneliness on the way at a standard timing. Same can be said for Solar. As you mentioned, like usually hatch first means third base and Baneliness. So everything's looking normal. From here, we could see a Ling flood from either player, like a big Ling surge to try to apply pressure to the third base. Otherwise, you just drone, Roach Warren into Eva Chamber. Got some safety Lings on the way. Into typically safety Banelings. Oh, hello. Okay, finally we have a divergence in our builds. Early and hidden Roach Warren out of Serral. We spoke about this in Serral's previous series against Percival. How Serral, in modern StarCraft over the past, 3 years, Serral, he's been known to cheese, to go for all-ins, to mix up his builds, not only to be that macro monster that he used to be known for. And here we do see an early hidden Roach Warren. Meanwhile, we see Solo going Lair first instead. Early Lair into a later Roach Warren, into later Eva Chambers. With this, we get to never mind. Solar, he gets in. Solar gets in, and Solar, he does scout the early Roach Warren timing. Solar now knows that early Roaches are coming. No longer is this a surprise. No longer. And remember, Solar's making 10 Roaches. That's a lot of Roaches on the way. Solar's going for a hashtag all-in. He's going for the all-in, but again, Solar, he has time to react, time to respond. Defensive Roaches are on the way, and either Serral kills Solar or he dies trying. Or at least, can he kill the third? He does get a lot of damage. One Baneling left. Base it out. Yeah, base out the Baneling. Speaking of, does he drag him in? He does not. Yeah, good reaction so far by Solar. He pulls away. Solar, the hatchery is down to less than half HP. Roaches have arrived. Remember, Serral's not set up for a longer game. He needs more damage. I just don't know if Serral really has enough here. Yeah, bleeding out Lings. Roaches are trying to move in. Reinforcements on the way for Solar. He has that defender's advantage. And Solar's holding. Yeah, Solar, he does hold on. The all-in is failing. Again, the pivotal moment of this game was Solar scouting. Was Solar seeing the Roach Swarm, because that made sure that Solar never droned. Solar, he did not drone. He didn't over-drone. Didn't oversaturate. And with that, Solar's running away with this game. He's running away with it. Solar behind this, getting further ahead, going for the Spire and droning up. Solar cannot tech out of this. He can try. Massing up more roaches, more lings. Solar, he starts to drone. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, Serral, he's going to try to drone up. He's going to try to saturate. Setting up for a ling run by as well. Now, there are ways to recover in this game, such as a ling run by, ling counterattack, getting to a mineral line, killing a bunch of workers. Like, it is possible to do so. The issue here is Solo going for the Spire is just really smart. It's just a really smart way to just make sure that you maintain your lead. The Solo maintains his advantage. You can see Solo throwing down spine crawlers. The reasoning for this is because Solo believes that when he reveals his mutas, that he'll force an all-in. Like, he'll force a big counterattack. So Solo's getting ready for that moment. He's getting ready for Serral to get desperate. And Solo, he cancels. He believes that he has enough now. There was a window where he was going to be vulnerable, but now he has enough roaches. Cancels the spine crawlers. We'll see if he regrets it later. As nice target firing, gets 1, 2, 3 drones. It is something. At the same time, Lings, they flood into the natural. Okay. Flooding into the natural, flooding into the main base. Mutas are revealed. They're forced to defend. And damage is being done. 6 drones. Yeah, 6 drone kills. 7 drones even. Delays the muta harass. Back at home, spores are on the way. But it's never a good feeling here, being the defending player against mass muta. As mutas will gain map control, clean up all the overlords. Solo tries to break in. Tries to break in. Catching at the overlord. Supply blocking Serral. Rotating over. And here comes the main push. Here comes the main army. Oh, as mutas are getting to the mineral line. 4 more drones going to be going down. Diving into the main. Catching out more workers. Solo's about to max out. And again, Solo looking to redeem himself here. After fooling earlier to Reynor, he's here to knock Serral down, Bappy. Because here comes the main push, and again, Solo has a massive army to work with here in comparison to Serral. He's up 20 army supply. Up 30 army supply even. Mutas is just harassing, they're just poking. Soul's moving in, pushing into the concave. True. So he does have a better concave. Pushing into a defending army is going to be difficult, despite Solar's lead. Despite his advantage, he rotates here towards the right-hand side as Serral's keeping up with that rotation. Can Serral buy time and max out? True. I mean, he's slowly maxing out. Solar should have a 4th base. His 4th is late. Remember, Serral's been stuck at home for the past, what, 4 minutes? Solar could have expanded. This means that Solar's advantage is not as big as it should be. Because Serral's been contained for quite some time, Solar did not take full advantage of that. So, late 4th, late gases here for Solar. This means that both players have an equivalent economy now. Yeah, they have an equivalent economy. Solar tunnel visioning too much. He tunnel visioned. This should not have happened. Serral's here to punish. Yeah, Serral says forward. Better fight for Serral. Solar does not have a large enough army. Biles, they do connect. But a stronger fight for Serral and Solar. He had the advantage. He had a lead. He had a very, very nice lead. But he has lost it. He's lost that lead. As you mentioned, again, just late expansions, late tech. It means they couldn't really make full use of his greater economy. He lost his lead, straight up. Ay, ay, ay. And now Solar's in trouble. He's in trouble, papi. The Mutazade try to find a better angle of attack. Does get some overlords, not bad. 1, 2, 3 overlords going to be going down. We do see that Serral's taking up into Roach Hydra. Into Roach Hydra Infestor. These Mutazades, they're still an issue. I should add that. They're still a problem. There's a counterattack on the south side. Mutazade dive on the would be 4th base. Solar Heat now has a base advantage. Does force a cancel. And we spoke about this earlier when we first saw the Mutas as the follow-up for Solar. But it is so difficult to deal with Mutas as a Roach Hydra player. Hydras are less mobile. They're less mobile. It takes longer to really build up. They need supports. Strap yourselves in. It's going to be a long game. Do you see what I see? Lurker Den. Hive, Lurker Tech. Serral's plan here is to turtle up and to get a 4th base and to build up a wall of lurkers, of vipers, of spores. Again, it's one of the only ways to deal with mass muta. Nice Roach counterattack. Nice run by. Speaking of turtling up, as we just mentioned, wall of spores. We need more spores, by the way. We need more spores covering each of these entrances, each of these pivotal locations. Then lurkers. We're still lacking vipers. They take a little bit longer to really get going. For now, we're reliant on fungal growths. But eventually, Hydra Lurker Viper is your go-to. Eventually. Serral needs more time. Yeah, Serral, he's getting in position. Lurkers, they rotate. Serral's getting more spores. Mutas, they gotta respect the fungals. Oh, fungal lands on the roaches. Decent fungal here on the mutas. Chain fungal as well. But I believe that no, there's one more. There's one more fungal. Serral's holding. Oh, the hydras are on their own. Not enough hydras. Fungal lands, but there's not enough hydras, not enough anti-air. Mutas are looking to overwhelm, but we're down to 2 hydras. Yeah, only 2 hydras, and God, they all get cleaned up. And you can see how crucial spores are, as spores were not a factor in that fight. Now we're getting more spores. Okay, we need more spores, more hydras, more lurkers. Oh, nice run bys. Very nice run bys here. The roaches, they tunnel in. They tunnel across the map. Solar, you can see that he doesn't want to slow down. Doesn't want to lose that momentum. Catching out a Hydra. Lings, they bust into the main base as well. Going for the mineral line. Not bad. Drones are borrowed though. Only 2 drones going down. And the roaches across them, they get a hand. Oh my god, Serral. 15 drones. 15, 16, 17 drone kills. Soul's being torn apart back at home. Losing his advantage. And again, the Ling Rama didn't achieve too much because of the burrow. And this time there's spores. Yeah, this time spores are in position. Unironically, they're the best anti-air that Zerg has. Gotta pull back to the spores. Oh my god. Yeah, it does pull back. We need to pull back to the safety of the spores. And you can see that again, Soul is just being torn apart. It's being torn apart here, down to 41 drones. Barely an economy. Even going for the hatchery itself. That's a bold move. He gets it. He gets it. Hatchery goes down. Solar, he cannot commit. Now we have a high enough Hydra count. Infestors, they come into support. Lurkers behind this. Lingbane cannot collapse in, not freely. Shows a fungal. Yeah, fungal is massive fungal. Yeah, chain fungal as well. GG gets called, and Serral, he will recover in this game, and he will win the first game in the all-kill format. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Serral, he will win the game here. We'll take a lead for Basilisk. And again, Serral, he was in a rough position. Winding it back, remember, Serral, he was the first player to go for the all-in. He went for a big hatch tech all-in. The all-in failed. Solar had the advantage. He was building up back at home. He was up 30 army supply as well, going for his own push. But what did we say? We did mention that even though, and again, Solar, he was even going for mutas after the failed all-in as well. Like, these were all good decisions. But the fourth base of Solar was very late. Despite the fact that he had map control for so long, it took him a long time to decide to get a fourth base. It was an afterthought. He forgot it, and it was a big mistake. It meant that he didn't have as big of an advantage over Serral as he should have. It meant that Serral actually had an equivalent economy once he got his third base up and running. So Solar lost his lead. He lost his lead, and with that, Serral was able to run away with it. The mass muta had potential, of course, and we saw a couple of moments where the mutas were overwhelming Serral, but in the end, we saw that Serral, he was able to build up his spores, get his infestors out, build up his hydras, and more importantly, successfully defend his fourth base. He got his fourth base up and running, and I don't want to undersell the importance, of course, of the MVPs, the tunneling claw roaches. They killed, what, 20 drones and a hatchery? It was insane how much damage was being done. GG. GG, well played. So insane damage was dealt. The MVP tunneling claw roaches. And with that, Serral will claim a lead. Claim lead in the series, and remember, all kill format, Serral stays on. Serral stays on, and now it's going to be on Team No GG to field their next player. So Solar is out, so we got 2 players left. We have Clem and Percival. I say Clem and Percival. If I'm not mistaken, I believe Classic is on No GG as well, right? I'll have to double check. Yes, Classic is also on the team. But against a Zerg heavy team with Serral and Reynor, I don't think Classic would want to play, to be honest. I don't think, in the current state of PvZ, I don't think he'd be a wise choice here. So it makes sense that they would rely on Percival and Clem over Classic. So we're expecting a Terran opponent. And we have him. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. It's also a loser's pick when it comes to the map of choice as well. So up next for Team No GG, Clem. So we're still gonna get it. We're still gonna get it here. If you remember, we were robbed of Serral versus Clem we were robbed of that game, of that series in the Pro League formats, but we do have it here in the all kill formats. We got it. Oh, also my apologies. I did misstate something. I just said that it's loser's pick when it comes to the map. That is not true. That is not true. The map is predetermined. So we'll have to clarify that. So predetermined. That's also another factor, to be fair. Is that they know what map they're loading into. Game 2 is going to be on Blackrock. Game 3 is going to be on Fear and Faith. Game 4 is going to be on Lockdown. And Game 5 is going to be on Rorschach. Okay. Beautiful. Dogo players are ready, and we're going to be loading into Blackrock for game number 2. Again, Serral, he has begun, his win streak, but can we really call it a win streak yet? We've got to get that ball rolling. We'll see if we can keep it up. Otherwise, we have the ace player for Team No GG stepping up to the plate. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Blackrock, we have the blue Terran player, the French Terran representing Team No GG. It is Clem. Let's go. Let us go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player. We have the Finnish Zerg representing Basilisk. With currently 1 win under his belt, it is Serral. Let's go. Let us go. We're getting to game number 2 here, and again we have our ZVT that we've been waiting for. Serral versus Clem. Again, the best Zerg player in the world up against the best Terran in the world, but it's merely only a best of 1. Bear that in mind. We're not going to get a full series, unfortunately, but regardless, best of 1, anything canon will happen. If you remember, we did feature Clem earlier in the broadcast against Reynor. Did lose that game, but context does matter. What did Reynor do in that game? Reynor, it was on Rainfall, if you recall. It was a hyper greedy build that Reynor is known for, and it is the Reynor build. It is Reynor cutting corners, going Ling into Infestor into Ultra. Reynor, he skipped Banelings, he skipped Hydras. It was a very greedy style. Reynor, he was able to catch out all the Hellions. He caught the Hellions first, which meant that the main push was weaker, and Reynor successfully defended his 3rd and 4th base. He defended his expansions, bought enough time for Infestors, then bought enough time for the Ultras, and then snowballed out of control. But again, it was a very risky and very greedy style out of Reynor. Serral is not known for it. Serral has played that style before, early on in the meta. If you remember, it was during Maestros of the game, not this year, last year Maestros is when Serral did try it against Clem with mixed success. Like it was okay, but it's quite rarely done from Serral. It's more commonly done by Reynor. So Serral, he will mix that kind of play in, but more often than not, Serral, he does play just Ling Bane, like Ling Bane into Ultra more often than not, or Ling Bane Hydra. So Clem should be feeling much more comfortable against Serral, more so than against Reynor, for sure. As Reynor and Serral are just very stylistically different. Very different. As from here, Reaper does move out. Oh, will deny the gas geyser as well. Very nice. It's laying some mining here, forcing out a gas, forcing a spore, forcing a second gas geyser. Nice damage they find with the initial Reaper. Won't kill anything. Oh, sorry, does kill one Zergling. Oh, does get one, does get 2. Yeah, 1, 2 Lings go down. Nice pickles here from Clem. Behind this, Clem is going for a 3rd CC before Starport. This time a much more economic build out of Clem. Remember, against Reynor, Clem went for a 1-1-1, much more aggressive, but it made sense on Rainfall. Here on Blackrock, it's a bit of a larger map, but longer rush distance. What I will say about this map, though, is that similarly to Rainfall, does have a very open 3rd and 4th base. Here, the linear 3rd expansion, the triangular 3rd expansion, they're both very open, they're both very accessible. There's no high ground advantage, there's no like choke point or ramp. Can be difficult to defend these locations, which is why it's going to be on Clem to fight for that map control. Now just an economic start. Likewise, we'll keep an eye on Serral to see if he goes Lair first, double Lever Chamber first for double upgrades, or Bailey Nest first. We're expecting either double Lever Chambers or faster Lair. We'll see where that gas is spent. He does get 2 free drones. Not bad. Yeah, 1, 2 drones go down. Serral does overextend. Yeah, the rally here was just a little bit too soon. Nice start for Clem. Behind this, Clem is going 3 CC, Cloak, Banshee. Banshees are amassing with Cloak. Now, Clem has been known to mix in mech. I say Clem, all the Terran players in this most recent patch. Clem, Bjorn, Cure, Maru. Not saying that they rely on mech, but they do mix it in every now and then. I bring this up just because it is in the back of my mind. Should still be bio here out of Clem, but we'll keep an eye on him. Especially in the best of one, true. Oh, Jesus. The Hellions, they get massive shots off. 1, 2 drones going to be going down. Clem pulls away. Yeah, there it is, mech. There's a reason why we brought it up. The initial opener and seeing the initial setup here, yo, like as a Zerg player, you can feel the mech coming. Like you can sense something wrong in the air. I was like, oh no, my mech senses are tingling, baby. Aye, aye, aye. So Clem is embracing mech. Again, if you haven't been watching StarCraft recently, this might catch you by surprise, but this is very common nowadays. Like we just spoke about it, right? Like Clem, Bjorn, Cure, Maru, they don't play mech every game, but in like a best of 5 or a best of 3, well, playing one game as mech is quite common. It's very momentum based, and it is reliant on keeping this build hidden from your opponents and catching them by surprise. Basically, Clem wants, oh gee, I thought we could just go for the dive. Clem, he tries to go for the dive, he gets punished, Lings him in for this round, and Clem gets caught. It's massive catch here, massive overextension, and this is a brutal start for Clem. You can't lose these Hellions, not when you're playing mech. We were trying to go for Blue Flame. Aye, 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 that was 6 Hellions going down. Now, when it comes to battle mech, it is very momentum based. We were trying to mention this, but the goal here is to bait Serral into just believing it's standard play into Ling Bane, and then you can overwhelm with your battle mech. What Serral needs here is roaches, but Serral doesn't know. Serral, he has no idea yet. This is a tell though. He just killed 6 Hellions. To see an additional 5 Hellions here, this is a little bit more abnormal. Like getting up to 8 Hellions in total is pretty standard, but we're revealing more than 8 Hellions here. Serral, he's already committed into Muta play, into Ling Bane Muta. Yeah, Cyclone is revealed. If Serral didn't know before, now he knows 100%. Is fully aware. Lings are here for the counterattack. They try to catch some of the Cyclones. Hellion goes down. Can he get a Cyclone? No, he cannot. Yeah, Cyclone does survive. Lings, they peel off into the mineral line. Cell setting up for the surround. Oh, catching out the Hellions once again. Clem trying to escape, trying to juke. But he cannot. Yeah, he cannot. He will lose a Hellion. He'll lose a Cyclone as well. Massive pickups. 2 Hellions go down. Clem losing a lot of momentum early. Does transfuse. It barely gets on creep. And the meters are coming and the cyclone count is low. Look at this. What shoots up here? Only 2 Cyclones have anti-air. So a very low amount of anti-air. Mainly Hellion Banshee. The meters are coming. So he once again goes to the counterattack. Forces back the Banshees. Let's force them back. And music coming from behind. Oh, and he gets 1, he gets 2. 1, 2 Cyclones go down. There's only 2 Cyclones left. Soon to be 1, soon to be 0. Yeah, 0 Cyclones remaining. No anti-air. Muta's overwhelm. At the same time, Banshees will knock down an expansion, but it may not matter as Serral, the main army here for Clem, is just crumbling. Lings, they bust into the 3rd. Mutas, they keep on pushing. Banshees, they will kill an expansion, but it doesn't matter. It does not matter. Not anymore. That's going to be 18 SCV kills. And Serral, he's going to be 1 step closer to all killing. 1 step closer. Collapsing the army. Chasing down the Cyclones. Ooh, will bleed out a lot of meters though. It's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 meters going down. Some heavy losses there for Serral. Ooh. Does get 2 Banshees. Lings, they still wreak havoc. It's fine. Serral did lead out some excess mutas, that is true, but he can afford it. Serral can afford it. Clem cannot afford to lose these Cyclones. The Cyclones, the Banshees. Some rough losses here for Clem. Pushing towards the 4th base. And Clem is going to be zoned away. It's going to be zoned away. Oh, Jesus. At this point, Clem is just fighting for his third, trying to get a fourth base at the same time. But again, there's just no drones, no saturation, no SCVs, I should mention. No SCVs. Not like this. Serral moves in, going for another mineral line. At the same time, as they hit the main, bust into the main base, late repair. Oof. There's a lot of cyclones. The cyclone count is quite hefty. Hefty amount of cyclones. That's still 11 SCV kills. Yo, shout out to the Moopies, by the way. Ah. They're camping with the Tauren Marines. Those not aware, of course, there's plenty of Warcraft 3 aesthetics with this map, and there's a bunch of Tauren Marines sprinkled throughout. In the TLMC, they were Orc Grunts, but they were not approved for the latter. So the Orc Grunts were turned into Tauren Marines instead. Oh. Serral cleans up the final army here, collapsing on the forces. Mutazay dive on the Cyclones. We're down to 2-3 Cyclones. No, it's down to one. Down to one Cyclone. GG gets called, and Serral, he will claim a further lead in the series. GG. And GG, well played. Serral, he will take the game here. Again, a very rough game there for Clem. A very rough early game specifically. Winding it back, for Clem to get caught with his Hellions was brutal. Remember, he lost 6 Hellions at the start of the game. And as soon as that happened, it was like, oh, I mean, that's almost game then and there, right? Going into Battle Mech, you are, as we mentioned at the time, it's very momentum based, right? You want to build up your Hellions, you want to hit with Blue Flame, hit with your Battle Mech, and try to strike then and there to overwhelm the overwhelm the Queens and overwhelm the Lings, and try to deal critical damage as quickly and as early as possible, right? You don't want to let your opponent stabilize and gain map control and build up their economy. You don't want that to happen. So alas, in the end, so Clem, he got caught early. He lost 6 Hellions, he lost momentum, and in the end, Serral, he was able to freely take up into Mutas. Eventually confirmed, of course, that it was going to be mech, and with his Mutas, he was able to abuse the limited anti-air that Clem had, going into a heavy Hellion and Banshee count and having minimal Cyclones. So again, the early Spire more than paid off. More than paid off. GG, well played. With that, we are getting ready for our next game. There's only one player left, if you remember. Technically 2, but we mentioned that Classic no shot, they field Classic for a PVZ, no shot. So it is going to be Serral versus Percival up next. The rematch. If you recall, Serral and Percival, they had like a 50-minute game at the start of the broadcast. An insanely long game at the beginning. And we'll see if we can pull off a repeat of that. Hoping that we don't, but we'll see. So we get our cameras ready. Okay. But as you can see here, we have our overarching series and the upcoming maps as well, if we go that far. Let's go. Let us go. So here we have Serral. So Serral, he's taken down Solar, he's taken down Clem, and Serral, he's one game away from claiming that all kill. Reynor, you know, I'm sure Serral's not even gonna say, hey, Pappy, just get some sleep. Just go back to bed, Pappy, go back to bed. I got this, I got this. Trigger as well. I know it's quite late in Korea. I'm sure the Trigger would be happy to get some sleep early. But regardless, we're getting ready here for potentially the final game of the series. I'm hoping for a back and forth. I want some more games here out of our players. But alas, it's now the pressure's on Percival to reverse all kill. For Team No GG to win here, Percival, he has to defeat Serral and Reynor and Trigger as well. He has to defeat all 3. It's quite a feat to achieve. As Basilisk, they're one of the stronger teams in the league. And here we go. We're counting it. We're counting and we're counting down for Fear and Faith. Fear and Faith, of course, is a 4-player spawn map. 4 possible spawn locations. Depending on those spawns, they can favor either aggression or longer games. We'll get there. We'll get there. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Fear and Faith, we have the red Zerg player. We have the Finnish Zerg representing Basilisk, leading the series 2-0 as he is 1 game away from all killing Team No GG. Can he be stopped? Can his reign of terror end? It is Serral. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team No GG. It is Percival. Let's go. Let us go. Here we are. We're in game number 3 here, potentially the final game of the series or the beginning of the reverse all kill. And we do find ourselves with cross spawns. Okay, so diagonal spawn locations. We are as far away as we can be from each other. So this typically does favor longer games, and this typically favors Zerg. I'll be honest. When it comes to Terran, there's been a bit of a theme when it comes to our commentary covering the previous ZVTs, and that is how important, how imperative it is for the Terran player to be in the face of the Zerg, to be in their face, to be clearing up creep, to be distracting, pushing into bases, knocking them down, and keeping the Zerg player defensive. It is difficult to, if that is not achieved, if the aggression subsides, then the Zerg player will very quickly mass expand. You saw this on Rorschach, for example, where Serral was able to just take over the entire map at a certain point. Now, Rorschach, Serral, he was limited because of the base count, right? The base count was very, very small, very, very short on Rorschach, and the map was also really small as well, so Percival had opportunities to threaten some of the bases. Here, larger map, the bases are more spread out. This means that for Percival to apply pressure and to be aggressive, there's more time for Serral to react and to respond. There is a downside. The bases are very spread out, so it does mean that there's maybe a higher chance that Serral is out of position. But what I will say is that Serral's very good at getting Nidus Swarms up and running. If this goes to the late game, that's a 3rd CC before a factory, by the way. Hyper greed out of Percival. But if this goes to the late game, Serral, he very commonly gets Nidus Swarms all around the map, so he can teleport. He can just teleport around, or at least save his drones, more importantly, save his workers, help with rotations, and help with map control. Here on Fear and Faith, there are many more expansions, so again, if Percival is too defensive, or if he loses that map control, then Serral, he will just take over everything. But now, 3cc 3 racks. This, if you remember, this is a common build in TVP last season. Last patch, it was commonly seen against Protoss. In the most recent patch, we have now been seeing this build more and more against Zerg. It's a very greedy build, and it leads into a stim timing off of 3 Raxes. We should be seeing a 3rd Rax momentarily. There it is. So again, 3cc 3 racks. There are some pros, there are some cons to this. One, it's very greedy. You get faster 2-base saturation because you get a faster 3rd CC to make 3 SCVs at a time, and you get extra mules, so you have a boosted economy on 2 bases, and you get a faster 3-base saturation as well. The downside, no Hellion aggression and no Banshee aggression. There's no factory, there's no starport. So you have very, very, very little presence on the map in the early to mid game. Very little presence. Percival, he's going to be just stuck at home, building up his Marines until he gets his starport, until he gets his medevacs, which is a ways away. Oh, meanwhile, Serral, 2-base lair. Jeez, sorry, I was so fixated on the greed from Percival. Serral, he's going 2-base lair, very fast lair. This is at what, 340-ish? 340, 330, 335 lair timing. So fast lair, gas is being taken. Early Baneless is a little bit of a waste. Serral, as a response to this, could be hyper greedy, but here he's being greedy tech-wise by rushing into 2-base Muta, or at least what looks to be 2-base Muta. This means that Serral, he will gain map control early. I do like Percival's position more though. I'll be honest, I don't really see these Mutas doing much damage. Oh, never mind. assuming that Percival was going to stay on 2 base a little bit longer, I don't think they would have done much. With Percival now expanding and spreading himself a little bit more thin, there will be angles of attack. Percival, he will have the better economy, that is true, over Serral, but we'll see if he can maintain that economy. The mutas are going to be here to try to punish that. As the mutas are coming. Serral, he should not be punished. The Overlord gets eyes on the production. Likewise, Lings confirmed the 3rd CC. Serral now knows it was a 3cc 3 racks. Serral now knows that Percival was hyper greedy. It was hyper greedy. As Percival's starting to push out. Remember, he's still waiting for his medevacs though. Lings are coming from behind, getting 1, 2 SCV kills. And where are those medevacs, by the way? There's no... Where's the add-on swap? There he goes. So a little bit late. Delayed add-on swap. Delayed medevac production. Percival did slip up a little bit here in his macro. Slipped in his macro. And this means that Serral has more time. Oh. Baneling speed is done. Now, the downside of this build, of course, was Serral, 1, delayed 3rd base, late 3 base saturation, but also late Evo chambers. Late Evo chambers, late upgrades. He's on 0-0. But he's just rushing across the map. And there's no medevacs to escape. The Marines are stuck. No, he's trapped. Yeah, the Marines are trapped. Stims away. We'll try to focus on the mutas. Gets 1. Takes on 1 mutalisk. Does focus fire Baneling. 1, 2 Banelings go down, but it will lose everything. And this is the whole purpose of the 3 racks, was to build up this heavy bio count, and the bio army has crumbled. Has been crippled. Mutas AP again. Percival is stuck at home. Percival still has a better economy currently. Still better. I spoke too soon as 5 more SCVs go down. So, Soon was getting ready for a run by. Never mind. Percival switching into Widow Mines, into Bio Mine. And Serral can now freely get a 4th base. Could even try to double expand. Yep, he's going to try to double expand as well. We mentioned that on this map it is easier for the Zerg player to just gain that map control into the mass expand, and that's happening. 5th base on the way. Oh. Never mind. Hello. Serral more concerned with affording upgrades, actually. So cancel the expansion. Okay, throws it down on the left-hand side. Okay, never mind. He's expanding towards Percival. Towards that southern base. It means that his army is actually more in position. Right, Serral, he's applying pressure to the 3rd, and he's also expanding in the same direction, so it's a little bit easier to turn around. Percival's here to punish. Nice cancellation. But Percival should not be able to get away. Oh, Serral, he does barely miss it. There we go. Does find it. Finds the drop. Collapsing on the army. Oof. Chasing down the medevac. Nice positioning here from Percival. Oh, even catching us on the mutas. 1, 2 mutas go down. Serral, I will say that his economy is still a little bit lackluster. He tried to mass expand, but Percival's done a great job at denying the bases at least. Maintaining his own economy. Yeah, and still being active. Muse bust into the main. Oh. They take down 2 turrets, but still unable to break through. Never mind. 3 turrets going down, mineral lines exposed. Percival, he has to react to this, is going across the map instead. Uh-oh. And SCVs are falling. Percival, he commits. Back at home, Serral, he defended. And so he is getting out of hand here. Takes down 11 SCVs, takes down 4 turrets. At the same time, the northern base is going to be denied. There's a cancellation. We just back into the main. And Percival is not responding to this. He's not reacting to the mutas, not well enough. 15 SCVs. Yeah, the mutalists are they're snowballing out of control. Diving further into the main. The contamination. Let's go. Contaminates the starports. Everything turns back around. Percival is racing back home. And Serral's maxed. So he's maxed out. And again, I will say that Percival did a great job when it comes to denying the 5th base. The 5th base of Serral is quite heavily delayed. It's very delayed. This is giving Percival a chance here to actually keep up, but... Oh. Asher goes off. Takes down the muta. Here goes down. We can see the music coming from behind, locking down the medevacs. Chase them into the corner. Music commit. They commit to the fight. Serral is going for the middle line. The SCVs, no, the bailings. Yeah, they smash in. 10 SCV kills. Most of them do get away. Okay. Percival does get away at the same time. 5th base, that's a kill, not a cancel. Takes down the expansion, but he will lose more SCVs. Yeah, southern base is being denied. Percival expanding on the top side instead. I believe Serral has now gotten his attention. Yep, Serral's aware. Sees the base. And Serral wants him. Collapsing in. Ooh, nice mine shot. Mine shots take off. Link main is dealt with. Percival, he's holding on. He's holding on back. Kind of. He defends back at home as well. He defends the 3rd. Claims his 5th. Oof. Immunoclad is still brutal though. Still massive. I'm all with that. Oof, Jesus. Oh, can we just take the mine shots to the face? The mine shots. I mean, Percival, he's been able to maintain his economy and he's getting more bases. Again, Percival, he's keeping up with Serral. My assumption was that coming into this game was that Serral would be able to have an easier time mass expanding, but that is not the case. He's been struggling. Serral's been struggling to maintain that map control. It does take better main fights though. Oof. Yeah, those bailing connections were brutal. And Serral now is looking to assemble out of control with his hive tech. Ultra production has begun. Serral, he's been able to double expand. Triple expand even. It took a long time, but finally Percival was stuck back at home, and finally Serral can embrace the entire map. He can just mass expand, taking his 5th, his 6th, his 7th expansion as well. Sorry, getting up to 8 bases. 8 expansions. And Serral cannot be stopped. Not anymore. Not anymore, papi. This was the game state we were worried about, where Percival was contained on a low base count, and Serral has every other expansion on the map. Props to Percival, as it took a long time for Serral to get here. Took a longer time for that to happen, but the reality is that Serral still got here. He still got here in the end. Still got to his win condition. Just taking over the map. Likewise, Serral dives into the main base, cleans up 1, 2, 3, soon to be 4 turrets, soon to be 5. Oh, takes out every single turret. Cleans up all the SCVs. Percival at the same time he's pushing across the map. But there's not really much to push with. Oh. Catching us on the mutas. Oh, does he react? Does he react? He does. Tries to blow away. Percival. Oof. There's a bird zergling. Mines being cleaned up. Ultras, they lead the charge. The revelation of the Ultras, they've arrived. Nice retargeting out of Percival though. Okay, the control is there, but the struggle is still real. As Percival, he needs a 5th base, and it is so difficult to claim a 5th base on this map. I feel like this southern 5th base is probably the most likely candidate. Yeah, as again, Percival is expanding with his army, with his bush. Trying to make this work. As Percival's pushing, at the same time we have a massive counterattack. There's not much of him to defend. Percival, he reacts with... Oh, he does react. Does pull back, but he will lose this expansion. Yeah, so he's a falling planetary as well. Massive pickoff. Ultras, they collapse in. A little bit messy here when it comes to the mine shots. The mine shots do connect with banelings, but the Ultras, they still remain. They still keep pushing. You're just back into the main base. Diving on the ghost. That's 1, 2. He gets all 3. 3 ghosts go down. Serral tempted for more damage. There's Widow Mines behind this. But takes out another 12 SCVs, 14, 16 SCV kills. At the same time, the forward base is denied. Percival getting torn apart. And again, Serral, he's here to all kill. He's here to all kill. There's a reason why he's the best player in the world. The ace for his team. He couldn't let Reynor get away with taking more wins tonight. He couldn't. I couldn't let it happen. No shot. So we're going for the final fight here. Collapsing on the final army. I mean, nice target firing here on the Ultras. 2 Ultras go down. Or 1. Serral coming in from behind, catching reinforcements, getting 3 Widow Mines, 4 mines. 4 mines so far, getting 5. And we just keep going. We just do it again. We just run it back. GG gets called, and Serral, he will claim the series 3-0. All killing team no GG. Whew. GG, well played, Serral. He's gonna bitch. he's gone, papi, he's gone. But GG, well played, congratulations. Serral, he will claim the series. He takes down Solar, Clem, and Percival. He pulls off the all kill, takes them all down, and Basilisk, they will claim the win over no GG, both in the Pro League series, the Pro League format, and in the all kill format as well. Congratulations to the Basilisk. They will claim the win. Shout out to Serral, to Trigger, and to Reynor. The three of them, they do claim the win here for Basilisk. They all do fight well here. Trigger did struggle when it comes to his own PVZ. I said PVZ, it's fine. But with that, congratulations. With that, we are only halfway through the broadcast. We're going to be cutting to a 5-minute break. There's going to be a 5-minute break here. When we come back, we'll have our next series. It is going to be Team Shopify Rebellion versus Hwasong. We'll get into it. We'll get into it soon. Again, we'll see you guys soon after this very short break. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back here to our it's all good. Welcome back here to the GSTL. To the GSTL, there we go, as we're just getting camera links. Welcome back to the GSTL, the Global StarCraft 2 Team League, as we are getting ready for our fresh series, our fresh best of 5. I didn't need a moment here as we are getting the cameras going. So, un momento. Hold on, I need that. VH. There we go. There we go. we had the wrong camera set up there for a moment. There we go. There we go. As we are getting ready here for our next series. So we just wrapped up with Basilisk versus Team No GG, and now we've returned with Shopify versus Hwasong. And spawning in the right-hand corner of Lockdown, we have the red Zerg player, the South Korean Zerg, representing Team Hwasong. It is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Canadian Zerg player, the blue Zerg, opening up pool first. Both players are, to be fair. For Shopify, it is Scarlet. Scarlet embracing the smudge, clouded in darkness. Bam! Rogue, chilling in the light. Let's go. Let us go. So we're jumping into our best of 1 in this greater best of 5. For those that are maybe just now tuning in, again, welcome to the GSTL, the Global StarCraft 2 Team League. This event has been on hiatus for 13 years, but recently has returned, has resurrected thanks to SOOP. Again, there was going to be a 3rd season of GSL this year, but we did not reach funding. There was a Patreon goal. The goal was not met, so there was no 3rd season of GSL, but you know, some funds were raised nonetheless, and those funds were put aside to run a different league, to run this, the GSTL instead. A bit of a smaller league with a smaller prize pool, but regardless, we do have an event ongoing here that SOOP has organized. Really cool to see the return of GSTL. Remember, this is a best of 5 pro league format. This means that Shopify and Hwasong are facing off in a best of 5 series. Rogue and Scarlet are the starting players, merely only in a best of 1. Best of 1. For now, though, pool first out of Scarlet, pool first out of Rogue, both players being very safe, very safe play, as we do see Rogue taking it one step further, going for the early Eva Chamber. I believe this will be +1 melee. I believe this is +1 melee with link speed. This could also be +1 carapace with link speed. Both are viable now that we have the price reduction on carapace. We'll see. Carapace. Okay, so +1 carapace into link speed. This is lined up, by the way. It is carapace first, then link speed after. These 2 upgrades should finish at around the same time. So there is going to be timing available here to Rogue once he gets the gas for link speed. Meanwhile, Scarlet just going for a standard follow-up into link speed, into saturating the natural base, into building up here on 2 bases. Remember, welcome to Lockdown. Lockdown is a relatively large map in the map pool, but it does have a ramp coming into the natural, so the idea of just walling off in 2 bases is much more viable on this map. It is easier to defend. Much easier. Meanwhile, there's that link speed that we did mention. Again, these upgrades are lined up with each other. Overlord being hunted down, and will take down the Overlord. Very nice pick of. As Rogue takes down the Overlord. Rolling off on 2 bases. Throws down his Eva Chamber. And again, just setting up on 2. Now, the scary thing about what Rogue is doing here is that Scarlet doesn't know whether or not there is link speed on the way. There's a reason why Scarlet does not have a Bailey Nest, for example. Scarlet is not really expecting a link flood. Meanwhile, Rogue, the plan here is to link flood and to catch Scarlet off guard. Let's go. As links are amassing. 3rd base being taken. +1 melee is going to be on the way as well. And soon Rogue will pull the trigger. Soon Rogue will just send it. Behind the Scarlet is droning. Oh, can we force a cancel? Oh, we can! Oh my god, there's a cancellation. Nice pick up here by Scarlet. Denies the third expansion, but here comes a Link Flood. Here comes a counterattack. Rogue just sends everything across the Queens. No, the Queens, they get caught out off of creep. Aye. Massive pick ups to the Queens. They go down. The Links go down. Third base is up, but we can ignore the third. We can never mind. We're going for the third base. Third base will go down. From here, honestly, we could have seen Rogue go for the natural base. There's very little here to defend. We'll go for some secure damage though. Just claiming the third. Takes down the hatchery. From here, now rotates over to... No, the wall! The walls, thank god, they're Lings. Yeah, they're Lings to defend. Scarlet will hold. And behind this, Rogue drones. Rogue drones saturates. Building up into his own third base. Now up an expansion. And now Scarlet will have excess roaches to work with and maybe can make something happen with this. Actually going for the Spire. Okay, bold move out of Scarlet. Going for the Spire, going for the Mutas. Lings they cannot break through, and Scarlet is contained, but these mutas can give Scarlet map control. They can give her an avenue here to recover in this game. Has a chance. Scarlet does have a chance. Rogue behind this droning, still building up, getting into Roach Tech. Lair is finishing up as we speak, and Rogue for now is committing into Roachling. Committing. As Lings they collapse in, they will be able to get on top of the Lings. So slightly better trade here for Rogue. Remember, Rogue, he has 1/1 upgrades. So it cleans up all those Roguelings. Even gets a Roach. Gets everything. Wow, all 3 Roaches will go down. Massive pickups here for Rogue. Behind this, Muta production has begun, and that will help, but the third base is going to be denied for a second time. Scarlet just cannot expand. She cannot expand, not like this. Oversteer back towards the main base. Mutas will clean this up. Lings are back in, Scarlet does hold, Mutas are revealed, and now Rogue has time to respond with the Hydroden. Hydroden is on the way, Queens are amassing, no spores yet. The Mutas can at least hunt down Overlords and gain some control of the map, but the reality here is that Scarlet is behind, quite far behind economically. We can see Scarlet doubling down, 2/2 upgrades, Roach production's underway. Scarlet, these Mutas, she's not going into mass Muta, she's making Mutas just to gain some control, just to get a little bit of breathing room, and is going for a Roach all-in instead. Before we can get there though, the third base is going to be denied for a third time. No, that's a kill. That's a kill, not a cancel. Massive pickup. Aye. Roaches are spotted. This is a big tell. This lets Rogue know that, you're not making more Mutas. You're making more Roaches instead. I need to fix it on my ground army. Need to focus on ground production. Scarlet trying to be active. Rogue back at home, still building up more Hydras. So building up. Nope. For now, Scarlet is zoning away. Oh. Lings they get called out. Again, all the Roaches have been revealed. Rogue can now double down with more Roach production. There's only a handful of Hydras, so not too many. We have some safety infestors on the way. Interesting. To add a little bit more complexity here to the army of Rogue, with potentially Microbial Shroud or just Fungals. Rogue is just rounding out his army, and is looking solid. Scarlet still not on. They're still trying to get a third base. Trying. Now, depending on the engagement, there's a world where maybe Rogue overextends or splits up his own army and only engages with half his army at a time. There's a world where maybe Scarlet can take a better fight, but is reliant on Rogue making mistakes at this point. Is reliant on that. Rogue moves in, gets a Queen. Queen goes down, gets one. Oh, I spoke too soon. Oh my god, there we go. I was about to say. Queen does fall. Scarlet does rotate on the right hand side, pushing into a concave. A massive fungal, locking down the army, and Rogue will chase her down. It will chase down the army here, chase down the roaches. Rogue so steps in, and Scarlet has to commit, but cannot win this fight. Again, last week Scarlet did take down Solar in the initial best of one, but here Rogue will overwhelm. Again, was able to catch Scarlet off guard with the massive Link Flood earlier at the start of the game. Gain a lead, gain an advantage. Scarlet attempted to go into mutas, but again was just so far behind. And surprisingly, Rogue was able to deny the third base 3 different times. GG gets called, and Rogue will take game number 1. We'll take a lead here for Team Hwasong. GG. Oh, never mind. Rogue is gone. But GG well played. Congratulations. Rogue will claim lead in the series. Let's catch up on the overall matchup itself. And then again, it was just a really rough start for Scarlet. Was unaware of the Link Flood coming her way. Was just building up, getting to a third base, and was caught off guard by the massive Link Flood. And Rogue was able to deny the third base, not just once, not just twice, but 3 different times. Scarlet just could not build up into the mid game, had no economy, forced into the all-in. GG well played. Whew, and let's switch on over here. Let's switch our scenes over and catch up on the matches ahead of us. So again, Hwasong versus Shopify. If you're unfamiliar, what is Team Hwasong? Well, we have a team formulated of ex-Jin Air players. True. Rogue, Cure, SOS, they're all ex-Jin Air. But before Jin Air, they were on Hwasong Oz. That was an old Brood War team. And Rogue, Cure, and SOS were all on that old Brood War team. If you remember, in the Wardy TV Team League earlier this year, Rogue, Cure, and SOS, I think it was actually Rogue, SOS, and Creator, because I think Cure was on Team Liquid at the time. It still is on Team Liquid, but was representing them. They were a team like ex-Jin Air, or it was like Jin Air no Maru. Here, they're going further back in time, and they're representing their old Hwasong team, a reference to their Brood War days, as they were all ex-Brood War players. That was before Jin Air. So again, up next is going to be Cure versus Lambo. So that's why they're called Team Hwasong. So Cure versus Lambo is going to be up next on Sanctuary 3, followed by SOS versus Byeon, Cure versus Byeon, and Rogue versus Lambo, assuming we can go that far. Remember, this is a best of 5, and there's a world where we don't get some of those upcoming matches here. The pressure is on Lambo, is on Team Shopify to begin that back and forth, to begin that comeback. Let's go. So up next, Cure versus Lambo. We're just getting the cameras ready. Speaking of, okay, I got Lambo. Just need some Cure. Oh my god, the swoosh. Damn. Not quite a Reynor. You can see here, Lambo. Ah. Got the Elvis hair going on. Vámonos, vámonos. We're just waiting for Cure to set up before jumping in. There we go. And we'll see how Lambo can handle himself here in ZVT. Like, I do rate Lambo's ZVZ very highly when it comes to that mirror matchup. Against Terran, I'm curious. Like, we have seen Lambo have some strong results in the most recent RSL, if you recall. In RSL, he did take down some big Terran names. And again, it's the best of 1, so anything can happen. I'll say that on paper, Cure is favored, but Lambo definitely has it in him to bring him down, to cause that upset, to bring down Cure. Likewise, when it comes to the third series, the third set, with SOS versus Björn is also going to be favored there. SOS, he's a little bit less active than he used to be. He's a little bit less in form, or I should say it's a little bit harder to judge and gauge SOS's form because he is less active. So yeah, there's potential here for a stronger like back and forth here between the two teams. We'll see how this all does unfold. Bearing in mind as well that after the Pro League formats, we do have the all-kill format thereafter. So 2 series back to back with these 2 teams. Oh, no. So we got players are getting ready. It looks like we do need a moment here before we jump in. Likewise, shout out to Inu. I know Inu's casting in Korean. Likewise, Rex is also casting as well. I don't think Crank casts. I could be mistaken. Oh, actually, I'm trying to think. He wasn't here last week. Yeah, he wasn't covering. He wasn't casting, if I recall correctly. But when it comes to the next broadcast day as well, I believe we have another one this weekend. Yeah, this weekend. So we're here on Tuesday. We're live Tuesday evening here. On Saturday is going to be day number 3 of the main stage. So we have two days of GSTL this week. I think that's to make up for last week. Last week we did miss no, we still had GSTL last week as well. Yes. So 2 days of GSTL this week. This Saturday will be day number 3, followed by September 1st. September 1st is going to be our next broadcast day, and then September 8th. So a lot of GSTL going through the group stage into the playoff bracket as well. After this series, after this broadcast, we'll be going over the standings of the groups. Remember, it's a round robin group stage, so a lot of matches are taking place with all these teams. With Shopify, with Basilisk, with Team No GG, with Onside T1. Just a lot of games, a lot of matches. A lot of StarCraft. True. A lot of StarCraft. And again, it's going to be a busy week of StarCraft, not just with GSTL, but we also have the ISSL. Yeah, that's also going to be upcoming. That's the Into the Inu SOOP StarCraft League. So the ISSL is going to be on Friday. Oh. As we got Kira's camera ready. Beautiful. There we go. Okay. Whew. So I do apologize for the delay, but we just had some technical issues, but they have since been resolved, and we are jumping into game number 2 between our 2 teams, between Shopify and Hwasong. Let's go. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Sanctuary 3, we have the German Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Shopify. It is Lambo. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran representing typically Team Liquid, but here he is representing Team Hwasong. It is Cure. Let's go. Let us go again. So far, Team Hwasong, they are up in the series 1-0. We'll see if they can maintain that lead, or if Lambo of Shopify can begin that comeback. Let's go. Let's go. Welcome to Sanctuary 3. Sanctuary 3 is an interesting map in the map pool. Not too short, not too large. Does have a very direct rush distance from third to third base, but we do have some features of the map that do slow down pushes. We have slow zones in the center, choke point, side blockers as well, destructible towers. You can knock this down, you can wall this off. So this can, we do often see a lot of mid to late game on Sanctuary 3 as a result of that, but I'm curious to see how Lambo will approach this game. Lambo, he can be quite diverse in his play for sure, depending on the matchup, of course. I will say that he can be very diverse against Protoss and against Zerg. Against Terran, I feel like he's a little bit more standard, often going just like Lingbane Hydra or maybe Lingbane Ultra. I don't think I've ever seen Lambo go for the Ling Infestor style that Reynor went for previously, and it's a very Reynor thing to do. Very Reynor. So now we're just opening up. Racks expand out of Cure. Now when it comes to Cure's play, a lot is going to be available for Cure as well. We did mention during the Clem series that it is not uncommon to see mech mixed in, and Cure and Clem and Maru and Beyond, all the Terrans have been mixing in mech every now and then. I'm not really seeing mech happening here. For now, it's just a Racks expand. We'll see where it leads us. Cure, he's often one that plays for the mid game though. He's often very mid-game oriented. So just expect like 3 CC Banshee into a third base, into like a 7-minute push, 7:30 push. Those are my expectations. Reaper's on the way. And again, we'll keep an eye on Cure's follow-up. For now, just Racks into Factory. There's no like 3 CC 3 racks that we saw at a Percival, for example. None of that. None of that. As Reaper does pick in, Lings are in position, and Lambo should be fine. He should be fine here. Ooh, one of the Lings does get low, but the Queen pops out, and the Reaper is zoned away. So far, a nice defense here out of Lambo. Defends well. Behind this, we have a third CC before Starport. So again, just economic follow-up, economic opener, very standard. Most likely 3 CC Hellion Banshee. Most likely. There we go, Starport's on the way. We don't want to rule out the possibility of mech, but I prefer to see mech with a similarly greedy build, true, but typically on smaller maps, I feel like mech works a little bit better there. To just be very aggressive and very assertive. Think Rainfall, think Rorschach, think close spawns on Old Sun Temple. Just so your opponent has less time to react to you. So now the Reaper does pull away. And there's Yad on Salt for the Banshee. Getting into Banshee play. Likewise, Lambo just securing his third, breaking out from his natural, droning, saturating. I do feel a little uneasy, but I might just be paranoid about about a second factory. The Hellion Banshee is slowly amassing, and will soon move out. And again, this is just an army that's going to be built to harass, to fight for creep, fight for map control, maybe find an opening and diving into a mineral line, but that's only if there's an opening. You don't want to lose your Hellions too soon, too early. And yeah, we have the Tech Lab on the racks. Should be working towards Stim. Should be. It's going to be Lair first out of Lambo. Does open Lair first. Overlord was just sniped. Got my attention. There it is. Okay, Stim. I was waiting for it. We had the money for it. Stim is on the way, so Cure is getting into bio. Massing up his Banshee Hellion and will soon move out. And again, it's on Lambert to just keep up with the rotations, keep up with the army, spread all that creep, maintain control of the 3 bases, and claim a 4th. is the goal. Likewise, ideally, Cure does not want to lose these Hellions. Does want to preserve them for the eventual move out. That's Hellions to do push in. No scan. We're going far in here, Jesus. What? One drone goes down. The Cure, he's greedy. Wants to go for the mineral line. He's going for the mineral line, diving deep on creep. We'll get 3 drones. Yeah, 3 drones go down. 2 Hellions, they will barely try to slip away. Only 1 Hellion. Only 1 Hellion gets out. This is not worth it. Oh god, he doesn't even get out. Ay, ay, ay. At the same time, Banshees, they hit the main base. I mean, the Queens are distracted, so not bad. This does make up for it. 6 drones going down in total, but that was 6 drones for 6 Hellions. Sorry, 8 Hellions. Ay, ay, ay. So a 1-to-1 trade, not the best trade here for Cure. Again, these Banshees are helping making up for the Hellions at least, but was definitely hoping for more. In the end, Lambo defends well. Could have been a little bit cleaner against the Banshees for sure, but overall just a decent defense here by Lambo. Now claiming his 4th base. Behind this is going into Ling Bane Hydra. Sorry, I misspoke. I was about to say Ling Bane Hydra. It's going to be Ling Hydra. So this is kind of similar to what Reynor was doing. If you remember, Reynor, he went Ling Infestor into Ultra. This is Ling Hydra, skipping Banelings and delaying Banelings for a heavy Hydra count. 13 Hydras on the way. Now, this does actually give Lambo a good kind of like window of opportunity to not just clean up this army, but ideally catch the medevacs. If we can catch the medevacs and shut down all these Marines, then Lambo can counterattack. So delayed Banelings speed, but very early Hydra production. And again, it's going to be a lot of Hydras. Hydras are revealed. Now Cure knows. Cure backing up again. Cure has to be very careful with these medevacs. With these drops. Catching an Overlord. Denying more creep. Lambo, he has finished droning. He's droning up to 81. Supply blocked. The supply block will slow Lambo down, but he will soon push. Oh, Jesus, that's 7 Overlords. Oh, the heavy supply block here. Ay, ay, ay. Laser, calm down. No. 8 Overlords. Big supply block. This means that Cure's push here is going to hit a little bit harder. There should be so much more to deal with this to get a surround going. But Lambo did slip up his macro. Cure backs off. Ooh, Cure does pull away. Lambo, he is now about to max. He's maxing out. And waiting for those upgrades. Baneling speed is almost done. +2 carapace should be done as well, alongside +1. So all 3 upgrades will soon finish, and then Lambo can pull the trigger and try to break the 3rd, or at least break the army. Cure's pushing. He's going to be out in the open. Lambo would want to collapse on this. Baneling speed is now done. Army gets spotted. Lambo's getting ready. He's getting ready for the surround, and Cure, he's out here in the open. Lambo coming in from behind, gets a full surround, and Lambo commits. Yeah, Lambo, he does collapse in, diving at the bio, getting on top of the tanks, and Curie's gonna lose everything. We get a full surround, the bio goes down, the tanks as well, and from here, Lambo, you just keep going. You can't keep going. He can't keep pushing. We do see Cure going for a double drop on the right hand side, trying to distract. Hoping to distract, and he does. Does cause a distraction. Buying more time. Lambo's already remaxed, and Cure's in trouble. Cure's in a lot of trouble. Ooh, we'll lose a full medevac. Massive pickoff. Full medevac goes down. Lambo goes to the counterattack. It's a little bit messy. It's only a small portion of Lambo's army. It's got to be careful. But I do believe that Lambo, if he brings everything together, he can break this position, 100%. Lambo is being a little bit more careful about it, taking up into Hive into Vipers. Into Vipers and Ultras. So Lambo's taking up a little bit more. Curious setting up at his 4th. Lambo gonna try to break in and try to push through. Okay, Banelings are coming from behind. Tank shot's gonna be going up. Oh, no major tank connections though. Yeah, no major connections. Banelings bust into the mineral line. Planetary goes down. And Lambo runs away with it. He's running away with this game. He's running away with it. Takes down both tanks. Cannot break through the Marines though. I just have to pull away. We've got to respect the Marines, respect the Banshee. And Lambo can just remax and do it again. Just remax and run it back. It's going to be very difficult for Q to get a 4th base. Regardless of which with expansion, whether it's this base here or the other expansion, they're both on the low ground, they're both very open, they're both very accessible here for the opposing player. It's going to be a tough defense for Cure, and he is losing map control. Now you can see he's trying to be active. He's got a drop on the top, a drop on the south side as well. Cure, he needs to be aggressive, he needs to be active, otherwise there's no chance in this game. Maybe responds. Oh no, Cure, he's not paying attention. Oh my god. Medevac goes down. Cure will find some Hydras. Gets one. Just the one. Takes on a Hydra. Marines, they pull back. Behind this when it comes to Hive Tech, here we go. I was waiting for the Vipers. Vipers are full of energy, and now Lambo can have a much easier time breaking the siege position. There is a lot of tanks though. As you can see here, that we have a massive line of tanks. The Blinding Clouds, they got a lot of work to do. The Vipers, here they come. Lands 1, lands 2 Blinding Clouds so far. First tank line goes down, getting on top of the second tank line. That's going to be 4 tanks falling. Kills the CC. Oh, Lambo. Oh god, no sweats. Jesus. Massive bailing connections. Curie takes the bailings to the face. Has a message control there to Cure. 14 dead SCVs. Lambo did actually spend a lot of supply there trying to push through and did lose a lot pushing into the siege line, but Lambo can remax. He can rebuild, he can remax. Lambo, he's lacking some larva though. That is slowing him down a little bit. There's the Ultra Cavern. The Ultra Cavern is late. It should have been thrown down alongside 3-3, so delayed Ultra Cavern. But I mean, Lambo's fine. It doesn't matter. As long as Lambo can deny the 4th, Lambo's perfectly fine. Just deny the 4th base over and over again. While Lambo takes more bases, takes more expansions, takes up. I will say that over time, Cure is now perfecting, or he's getting a better army, right? First it was just by a tank, now Liberators, eventually into Ghosts, into better SimCity, of course. Right now it's still very open. Right now Cure can't really afford, you know, turrets, sensor towers, planetaries. Over time he can. If given time he will. Cure is at least distracting Lambo. This is giving Cure time to build up more tanks. Lambo does need to be careful. Not to give Cure too much time, because Cure, that tank count is building up quite high here. Got a lot of tanks. Oh. There we go. Mass lightning clouds. Covers the bio, covers 2 tanks, covering even more. Oh my god, there are so many lightning clouds. So many clouds. And Lambert rushes forward, cleans up all the tanks, gets into the mineral line once again. Massive connections. Jesus, the Marines, they cannot split away. They can't get away, Pappy. 12 SCV kills. This time the CC will survive. Get the mass repair going. And we just run it back. We just keep running it back, this time with ultras. Gotta keep it going. Now, what is a little bit scary here is that the Liberator count is slowly building up over time. We're slowly accumulating more Liberators, more tanks. I mean, the tank count keeps being reset, to be fair. And Lamb is going to be here to knock this down. We can see Ghost production has begun for Cure. And again, like, the army is becoming more refined, that is true, but the supply just isn't there. Like, it just doesn't have the economy, doesn't have the army size. Cure is double expanding, but he should not maintain these bases. Lambert rushing in, very little support here for the tanks. Ultras, they break through, and this time we break through the siege line completely. Every tank will go down. The Ultras, they just snowball out of control. Lings, they bust into the mineral line. More SCV is going to be going down. 25 SCV kills, and Lambert's done it. And he has done it. So GG gets called. Lambo, he will take the game and fight back for Shopify. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Lambert does fight back here again. Lambert able to gain map control, able to gain momentum. Cure early on, he committed here to his first big tank push. Before that, Cure did throw away all of his Hellions, so it did mean that his tank push was going to be more vulnerable, was going to have less support. It's very similar to what happened with Clem, actually, if you remember, where Clem, he dove with his Hellions, lost all the Hellions, and then his push was that much weaker on Rainfall. We saw it here as well, where all the Hellions went down, did mean there was less support for the main army. And Lambert got the full surround. He got the full surround over his opponents, over Cure. Got away with the initial Ling. Hydra had a very nice timing with his Banelings. Lambert did get heavily supply blocked. There was like a big supply block, which made it a little bit harder for Lambert. Should have been a bit of an easier engage there, but still cleaned up anyway. Like, still shut it down. And once the ball started rolling, Lambert could not be stopped. Could not be stopped. GG well played with that. We have a tied 1-1 scoreline here, and we'll see who takes the lead in the series. Up next, SOS versus Beyond. Oh boy. Here we go. And Beyond, of course, is the ace player for Shopify. Meanwhile, SOS, he is a player that did retire for quite some time. Relatively recently, I say relatively, like a year ago, more than a year ago, did return to the game, has been active, that is true, but SOS is one of the least active, like, players out there at the moment, at least from the Korean scene. Like, I think of like SOS, I think of Bunny. Like, Bunny is also like quietly stepping away and playing in less and less tournaments. SOS is similar, where he's not a full-time player. He's not full-time. So this is a good opportunity for Shopify to keep things going. Now, I will say that SOS, he of course is a world champion. You know, he's notorious for his diverse play back in the day and thinking outside the box. That is true, at least back then. Nowadays, I will say that SOS, he has mellowed out a little bit more. He's been also very he was asked this during the SE Historian interview, I think when it was at DreamHack Dallas last year. But SOS, he's talked about how he's like, oh, you know, with age, he's become a little bit more mature. You know, he's a little bit less chaotic than he used to be. But he still wants to try to, like, you know, have some flair for the fans and for the viewers. And he'll try his best to, like, to bring that to fruition. We'll see if he can. We'll see if he can. As we are getting our cameras ready. Oh, he's got his Team NV jersey on. Let's go. Big shout to Team NV. For those that know, we have our own NV duck. NV duck. Ah, let's go. Let's go. The players are getting ready. When it comes to our players, we have our camera set. There we go. As you can see, we have SOS in his Team NV jersey. Team NV, of course, they did disband like maybe 2 years ago. But they had a bunch of the ex-Jin Air players. They had SOS, they had Maru, of course. Creator. Meanwhile, Beyond, let's go. Always a smile on his face. Let's go. They're bantering right now. The banter. Getting ready for the matches. Getting ready. So I'm just trying to translate some of their banter. I see the crying face emoji. Ah, they're reminiscing about times gone by. I think they're talking about Hwasong and Brood War. Beyond is like, hey ZVZ, are you confident? Do you want to play ZVZ instead? Yeah. I think SOS is saying that I should have picked Zerg. Smurge. But here we go. Here we go. We're getting to our next game. We're getting to our next matchup here. This morning in the top right hand corner of Blackrock, we have the blue Terran player. We have the blue Terran, the South Korean Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Byeon. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the my apologies. There we go. We have the South Korean Protoss. We have the red Protoss representing Team Hwasong. It is SOS. Vamonos. Rocking his Team NV jersey from a couple of years ago. Let's go. Let us go. We're getting into our next game here again, which is currently tied up 1-1. Lambo took down Cure, Rogue took down Scarlet, and now it's up to our next two players to determine which team will take a lead in the series. Will it go the way of Shopify or Hwasong? The pressure is on. Let's go. As we have our back and forth. Byeon moving out to very early on here. The Rax is back at home. It looks like he's setting up for an eBay block. So coming in to block that expansion, to block the natural. This is a way to disrupt the early game for the Protoss. Disrupt the early game and force some inefficiencies. Ideally force the unnatural natural. True. Also, I will need a moment here to set up our player names as well. As SOS does play on a barcode. Bam. Almost. There we go. Beautiful. As Byeon does block the expansion, and he will not block the backup base, but regardless, we are forcing the unnatural natural. What does that mean? That means that SOS has been forced to expand at the third location. This means that SOS is going to be spread thin early on. It means that he is vulnerable to aggression. Byeon behind this is going for a CC on the high ground. There is no early factory, but regardless, this will force some inefficiencies out of SOS. Batteries are going to be thrown down, extra warp bins, units are going to be split between two bases. It does make the early game much more uncomfortable for the Protoss, and does give Byeon an edge early on. Does give Byeon an edge. Reaper does move out. And may catch a transferring worker. Checking the third. Reaper's going to be zoned away. Comes in from behind, doesn't get the probe. Probe barely gets to the third base. But again, this is forcing a bunch of micro early on out of our Protoss player, out of SOS. Behind this is going to be a Twilight Council opener out of our Protoss as well. So Twilight Council most likely into Blink. Then we'll keep an eye on the gateway counter. 2 gate blink, 3 gate blink, 4 gate blink stalkers. Again, we'll keep an eye on the gateways. We'll keep an eye on the production. So far, that is a second gateway, which is standard so far. Just 2 gate blink. If we go one step further, then that'll be a greater sign of aggression. As the first loot station moves out, Reaper does poke in. Beyond, he will confirm the Twilight Council. So nice scout here by Beyond. Does get eyes on the council. Oh, my apologies. Sorry, I've just been engrossed. I just realized I don't think I changed the in-game overlay for the All Kill series. I don't know if you noticed what it says on the left. It says Pro League main stage. I'm supposed to switch that in between series, like after the Pro League series ends. I'll try to remember that. I'll do my best. It's a lot to handle with the cameras, with the players. So, I was locked in, Pappy. I was locked in. But I'll try to fix that for when we get to the All Kill series. I think I've left it as Pro League the entire time, which might be a little bit confusing, so my apologies. But now though. Now the Watermine drop does hit the main. Does confirm the fast third nexus here, so a very economic build here by SOS, going 2 gate blink into a third. This is as standard and as economic as you can be. Oh! So if I get 2 probes, and does save that final Widowmine. Yeah, Beyond pulls away. And again, this is just very economic here. We could have seen extra gateways or even earlier tech, but no, just going for the third base. SOS just playing economic. Stalkers, they move out. Meanwhile, the Woodmine drop does double back around. Oh, the Moopies, they're dancing. And SOS does react in time. Uh oh. Late reaction. Late reaction! No! Yeah, the mine shot goes off. Ooh, catching out 3 probes. Very nice. At the same time, the Stalkers, they engage with the main army. They will kill a tank. Not a bad pick off here by SOS. At the same time, though, this is going to get out of hand. It's getting out of hand here. Banshee does hit the bottom right. Cloak is available. Shield battery is not yet done. More probes going to be going down. Messy defense here for SOS, denying all this mining. And denies the mining. The Banshee's not done. There's the Cloak. Cloak is activated, catching out more probes. 7, 8 probes going down. SOS races back home with everything. There's no robo, no detection. 0 detection available here for SOS. Thankfully, there is a battery, and that will buy time. Buys time. No. Second Banshee will hit the third base. Widowmine drop is coming back in. And the Banshee's still just getting free damage. I mean, the battery does help, but the battery's out of energy. Yeah, the battery's out of energy. Mine drop moving in. Serral's still on the way. SOS, he does pull back. Thankfully. Oof. Does lose the mine, but here we go. More probe damage. Yeah, more kills. 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, 9. So 9 probes do go down. Honestly, critical damage has been dealt. Bearing in mind, the entire purpose of this build was to be greedy. It was to be economic, and SOS is behind in the economy. On top of that, because of the build of choice, SOS doesn't really have an influx of gateways. Like, there's no massive gateway count here to make use of, so there's no real counterattack available either. Like, SOS, the whole purpose here was to be economic. Without that, doesn't really have anything. Oh, we have 6 Stalkers. 6 Stalkers are moving out. Sorry, 8? 10. We have our 10 Stalkers. We can try to move in. Beyond is ready. Stim is finishing, and SOS is going into the main. It's diving into the main base. We'll get a medevac. Nice pickups. Gets 1 medevac and will deny a concussive shell. Can he deny Stim? That's huge. That's huge. Massive pickup. Stim is barely denied. 3 seconds away. Very nice pickup. And if Stim had finished, Beyond moves that across the back, he just wins the game. He just stims across and he just wins the game. Without Stim, Beyond is stuck at home. Yeah, Beyond is stuck at home. Will punish the recall, catching out 3 Stalkers. It was still very messy for SOS, but sniping Stim ensures that the game will last longer. It forces Beyond to... no, never mind. I was gonna say it forces Beyond to stay at home and to slowly build up, and it delays the push. But Beyond doesn't want to delay the push. Beyond knows that he still has the lead. He still has momentum. So Beyond is pushing without Stim. So a stimless push here by Beyond. It does take away a lot of the threat of this army, for sure, without Stim. But it might still be enough anyway. It might be too much anyway. As typically, Stim would punish those Stalkers. The tank is very far behind. It's far back. And you can see how awkward it is for the army to engage. But I mean, he steps in, the boys are being pulled, the probes are going down. And even without Stim, Beyond, he just overwhelms. Just overwhelms the army. Snowballs out of control, breaks on through. Who needs Stim? Overrated. And with that, GG gets called. Beyond, he will take game number 3, taking a lead for Shopify. GG. GG, well played. Who needs Stim? Who needs it? Aye. GG, well played. With that, Shopify, they're up 2-1. They're up 2-1 here in the series. A strong start here. Shopify, they are 1 game away from claiming the series. Pressure is on. Can Hwasong bounce back? I would say this next matchup, 100% they can. 100% they can. Who's up next? Oh, it's going to be a Terran. It's going to be a TVT. It's going to be a TVT. Winding it back, when it comes to at least the Beyond versus SOS game, it all just came down to the harass. SOS had a very hard time keeping up with the aggression, the Woodermine drop, and the Cloak Banshee harass dealt crippling damage. I was very impressed that SOS denied the upgrades at least afterwards, but it paled in comparison. It was too late. It was too little too late. Just too much critical damage. It meant that Beyond could push out even Stimless and still overwhelm the army. Again, SOS just had a very, very, very shaky early game build, early game defense, early game setup. Very, very shaky. GG. GG, well played. With that, we are getting ready for our next matchup here. As you can see before you, Cure versus Beyond. Here we go. As we're trying to get the camera working. Now, though, again, we are setting up. Okay, we got a new link. Beautiful. Okay. Now, sorry, I was just a little bit focused on the setup here, but when it comes on next matchup, Cure versus Beyond, honestly, when it comes to TVT, I do favor Cure. I feel like he has some of the best TVT in the world at the moment. He's one of the players that can consistently bring down Maru, for example, in TVT. I will say that Cure and Beyond, they often go back and forth, and it's a hard one to call. Like, I would favor Cure in a longer series. If this was a best of 3 or a best of 5, I do think the Cure is slightly favored, but in a best of 1, these two, they trade back and forth very often. Like, they very, very often have close series, regardless of who wins. So this can go either way. This can go either way. Beyond is a very fast player. He's a very aggressive player in TVT. Cure is more standard and more methodical and a little bit slower, and going for these kind of big main engagements instead. So they both have a very different kind of approach to the matchup, but we'll see if we can get there. Like, also when it comes to TVT, it's very common to proxy, to cheese, to go for these big 1 base all-ins, 2 base all-ins. TVT is very aggressive. If you're out there and if you think of TVT as this matchup that's like very slow and very like siege line versus siege line, like kind of like a boring TVT, that's like a stereotype from years ago that hasn't been the case since like the COVID era of StarCraft, or like since around like 2022-ish. But in more modern day and more modern years, TVT has been hyper aggressive. But let's go. Let's jump into this. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Rainfall, we have the blue Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran representing Shopify. It is Byan. There we go. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Terran player, the South Korean Terran, typically representing Team Liquid, but here he is representing Team Hwasong. It is Cure. Let's go. Let us go. We're getting into our next matchup. We're getting into our TVT. Oh boy. And already, no proxies. First things first, no proxies, no shenanigans out on the map. We are going to be opening up. And the first things first, we're looking for our gases. We're looking for our CC timing. Do we open up double gas or single gas? We'll keep an eye on our 2 players here. Oh. CC first? Byan on Rainfall. Very greedy. Okay, actually both players. Where's the Spider-Man meme? CC first is commonly seen on Fear and Faith, on Old Sun Temple, on Adatoni's Edge, on Lockdown, for example. But here on Rainfall, this is risky. This is very, very risky here. Obviously, there's going to be no punish. Both players will get away with it, as this is mirrored builds. But straight up CC first on Rainfall from both Cure and Byan. So very greedy builds. Not the greediest builds, as we could have seen a CC on location, but greedy nonetheless. So from here, we're just cutting corners, opening up. Now, what I will say is that I have my experience with TVT on the most recent iteration of the game is a little bit more limited. I'm referring specifically to the new patch, that's the most recent hotfix, which did reduce the cost of the CC, which makes the CC cheaper. I bring this up just because I find this very odd on Rainfall, but as far as I'm aware, I mean, it could be the case that we're actually just seeing more CC first, even on smaller maps. In my mind, this is quite risky. This is quite risky, but I'm also a little bit more limited in recent TVTs. When I say recent, I mean over the past 2 weeks. As I feel like we've been covering a lot of PVZ and TVZ and ZVT. And ZVZ especially in RSL, true. So I'm definitely going to be bearing this in mind when it comes to future TVTs to see if this becomes a bit of a trend when it comes to the commonality of CC first. Still feels quite risky. But I will be transparent with that. For now, though, again, we're just claiming our naturals, opening up, getting to our 1/1/1s into Reaper Hellion. So the Reaper Hellion is amassing here for Byan. Do see instead Cure going for the faster reactor, faster add-ons. As a result, we'll have a small army, and there's a window of opportunity here for Byan to maybe make something happen with this, but we'll see. From here, we're waiting to see the follow-up production of choice, leading into the third CC timing. Speaking of, there it is, third CC for Byan. And Cure, we'll keep an eye on his own third CC timing. Yep, there it is. So, again, based on what we're seeing here with the early CC and now the faster third CC, to me this feels like it is influenced from the most recent hotfix. So I might have to eat my words. If you remember, I spoke about how like in modern StarCraft, ever since like around the COVID era, like TVT has been very aggressive as of late. But now with cheaper CCs and with faster command centers being a lot more accessible, again, we're leading towards a very tame early game. Very tame early game, very tame early to mid game, just because both players are being very economic. So it's looking like a much more passive game here. Lovely. Ah. Aye. As we're both just gonna chill and build up into 3 bases. Ah. What have you done to my TVT? Both players building up to buy a tank. Raven production as well. Ravens, of course, are quite crucial in TVT. They're a way to break a siege line, to even deny a push. Disables are huge. And we're getting into biotank. Both players. Extra Rax is on the way. Earlier stim here for Bjorn. Now something that we did mention leading into this series, and I still stand by, and we'll be seeing it here as well, is that Bjorn is very bio heavy. This goes into the comment that we made earlier, talking about how Bjorn is typically very active and very aggressive and very mobile in TVT. You can see here double eBay, double upgrades, extra Raxes into a heavy marine composition. Typically Bjorn will forego Viking production in favor of medevacs and marines to be active with drops and to be very mobile on the map and to rotate and to be active and aggressive. It's a really fun style. It's very fun, it's very aggressive, but the moment that the drops start to fail, that's when things can swing heavily in Kyr's favor, who typically would be going for a higher tank count and a higher Viking count. But we'll see if the game kind of leads in that direction. For now, we're still setting up, both players claiming their third bases, and there's no real main push. We see Bjorn active with some units, that's true, but it's just for scouting purposes. It kills a Hellion. It's something. But again, for the most part, as I mentioned before, like it's just a much more tame game, where we're both just slowly building up. And we'll see if Kyr commits to the push. He's built up to 4 tanks. The army gets spotted. Bjorn is aware. And he's able to engage ahead of time. And we'll see if we can slow this down. Now, we spoke earlier how typically Kyr has a higher tank count. I mean, that has now come into play. Kyr, he's got 5 tanks. 5 tanks to only 2 of his opponents. So a much stronger, a much higher tank count for Kyr. He's pushing forward. Kyr, he's down a Raven. Bear that in mind. So he does have less energy to work with. Beyond up to 3 Ravens. Hellions, they get caught. Kyr is pushing in. And Bjorn is holding onto the disables. And waiting for his moment. You see the Ravens at top left. Oh, massive tank shots on the Marines. Yeah, Bjorn, he was out of position. Took a massive shot to the face. And Kyr is moving in. Oof. Takes down a Cyclone. Bjorn bleeding out a lot of supply here. Yeah, bleeding out a lot. Now you can see Kyr threatening his own disables. Within range of the CC, Bjorn is in trouble. He's in trouble, pappy. Lock on the Raven. Bjorn was reaction. Yeah, he reacts late. Ooh, full Raven goes down. That was a full energy Raven as well. Oh no. Yeah, Bjorn's in trouble. Losing full Raven. Behind this, we can see Bjorn trying to expand on location. Kyr freely mining on 3 bases. Now we can rally. Now we can rally. Here comes the first disable. Gets 1, 2, 3, 4 tanks. It's not enough. Yeah, Bjorn cannot push through. There's still 2 more tanks behind this. Bjorn is going for it. And Kyr, he'll win the fight. He'll win the fight. Cure, he'll maintain this position. Massive tank shots going off, catching out 2 tanks of Beyond. And Cure's maxed. Cure's down to Cure, he's maxing out. Beyond is stuck on a 2-base economy. No 3rd base mining whatsoever. Beyond's just being outscaled. And again, Beyond has a higher marine count, but it doesn't matter. He cannot break through. There are just too many tanks. Too many tanks. Again, Beyond's style often has a lot of potential when it comes to counterattacking and harassing and being mobile. When it comes to these head-on engagements, that's when Cure, that's where he excels. That's where he excels, Pappy. Beyond does get his backup 3rd up and running. You can see Cure is terrified about a counterattack, so his reinforcements have been staying at home. He's afraid of Beyond backstabbing, basically. But now he's being more active. Tanks are pushing forward. Here come the disables. Gets 1. Yeah, gets 1. Tank. 2 tanks do fall. Beyond can overwhelm the Marines. Yeah, with the mass Marine, Beyond he tries. He cannot. Never mind. He cannot stand forward. It almost looked like Beyond might have enough, but no, he does not. Cure stims in, goes for the 3rd. Once again denies mining, going for the CC. Oh my god, takes down the command center. Massive pickup. Boys are being pulled. Desperation out of Beyond. And we're going to the ace match. We're going to the ace match here as Cure. He cripples the economy. 21 SCV kills and the 3rd CC as well. GG gets called, and Cure, he will claim the game and he will force the ace match. GG, well played. We're going to the ace match, and this all comes down to a singular ZVZ. Let's go. Let us go. Okay, we're heading over to the America server for our final game. Once again, when it comes to Cure versus Beyond, Cure, he did go for both players went for economic and greedy openers. That is true. Cure, he went for a heavier tank count. He went for earlier tank production. Remember, with the earlier add-on, he had less Heli and Cyclone early on, and he had earlier tanks into a 3-tank lead. He had 5 tanks to the 2 of his opponents, and with that, he just forced his way across the map, pushed on forward, go within range of the CC, and Beyond couldn't engage. He could not engage. A big part of that, to be honest, how do you break a siege line? Ravens. What did Beyond lose at the beginning of that engagement? One of his Ravens. He lost a full energy Raven, which is huge. If he had an extra Raven with more energy, do you remember when Beyond tried to mass disable and tried to break out of and tried to collapse on the tanks? Remember, he landed 4 disables. He disabled 4 tanks, and there were still 2 tanks behind that, just shelling away at the army. If he had an extra Raven, there's a chance he disables every tank and then he breaks through. That he overwhelms. Again, losing a Raven that early on for nothing was a brutal start there for Beyond. Just because, of course, the Raven just has a lot of potential, has a lot of value. But let's go. Let's go. As we are getting ready here for the final game of the series. Okay. Beautiful. The final game of the series here, we've made it here to the ace match. Again, it's been an intense back and forth. Rogue took down Scarlet, Lambo took down Cure, Beyond took down SOS, Cure took down Beyond. Now we have one final game here. It's going to be a best of 1 between Rogue and Lambo. ZVZ on Washout. And do you recall what I said earlier actually about Lambo coming into the Cure series? Did mention that Lambo, I rate his ZVZ quite highly. I think it was last week where Lambo even took down Solar in ZVZ. I believe it was during the Pigsty Festival. I think in the Pigsty Festival there's like a big ZVZ group with like Serral. I want to say it was Serral, Lambo, Solar, and Rogue, or was it Shin? It was either Solar and Rogue or Shin and Solar, but it was 4 Zerg players. 4 Zerg players drinking it out, and Lambo, he held his own. He held his own. So we'll see. We'll see how this best of one turns out. Honestly, I do lean towards Rogue in ZVZ. That is true. But in a best of one, anything can happen. I'm ready for the 10 pool. True, true. Give us the 10 pool. As the final game of this initial Pro League format, remember that after the Pro League series, we have the All Kill format. A second best of 5. It's going to be a long cast, papi. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Washouts, we have the blue Zerg player. We have the German Zerg representing Shopify. Pressure's on. Can he close it out here and now? Can he win it for his team? It is Lambo. And spawning in the bottom-hand corner, he's doing it. He's going for the 10 pool. We have the red Zerg player. We have the South Korean Zerg representing Team Hwasong. It is Rogue. Here we go. He's going for the 10 pool now, not for the first time tonight. If you remember Solar, he went for the 10 pool earlier in the broadcast. Solar, he actually went for the 10 pool against Serral. No, it was against Reynor. That's it. He went for the 10 pool against Reynor. Reynor, he went pool first, and Reynor had the advantage, and Reynor shut Solar down, and Reynor stole out of control and took the win. Here, Lambo, hatch first. Oh, the Gamba. Hatch first out of Lambo. This is ideal for Rogue. Now, this is not a build order win, but I would say this is a build order advantage for Rogue. If Lambo had gone pool first, then Lambo would have the advantage instead. Again, currently in ZVZ, there is that kind of rock, paper, scissors when it comes to the openers. When it comes to hatch first, pool first, 10 pools, 11 12s. Remember, 10 pools not all in. I should begin with that as well. 10 pools are not all in. You do expand with this. But these early lings have a lot of potential to kill drones. The goal here for Rogue is that the lings are about to arrive. They reveal to the Overlord, but they're about to arrive. They will nibble away at the hatchery. Lambo will have to pull the boys to save his base, and in doing so, it comes down to Lambo's worker micro, whether or not he can preserve his drones while he saves the hatchery, and while he fights off the lings and buys time for his own ling production. But ideally, Lambo wants to save his hatchery. Does he give it up? Oh, never mind. Okay. Looks like he's going to give it up. That's going to be a kill as well. So, I'm not certain when it comes to the math. I prefer Rogue's position. Rogue, he gets a kill on the hatchery. He does kill the hatchery. He does zip into the main base. Broodlings will help defend. Lings are on the way, but this is a very shaky start for Lambo. Very, very shaky. Okay, you can see Rogue trying to catch out the lings as they pop out of the eggs. More lings have arrived. Rogue, he will take the trade. He takes out all the lings. Yeah, lings are going down. Lambo's in trouble. Drones are going to be falling as well. Heavy losses for Lambo, losing 4 drones. Ay. A very rough start. Losing 4 drones, but saving the hatchery is one thing. But Lambo, he lost the hatchery and he still lost 4 drones as well. Rogue is ahead. Rogue, he's ahead. Rogue, he's got his own natural base. He's droning, he's saturating. Rogue is in a stronger position. Lambo behind this is going for a ling flood. Lambo's all in. Lambo, he's all in. He cannot out macro Rogue anymore. Rogue is droning quite heavily. Okay, if Rogue drones up too much, he's going to be caught with his pants down. Links out his knife. Link speed is revealed. Yeah, link speed is revealed. Lambo, he's now pulling across the map and is running across the map. Lambo's rushing. All the links go down. There are 2 queens backing up to defend. The boys being pulled away, and Rogue, he will evacuate. Okay, he does evacuate. Good reactions here by Rogue. He does not want these queens to be surrounded. Gotta be careful. Queens are back in. Oh! Links are surrounded, but the queens do not. And the queens, they do get away barely. Oh no, late reaction. Big misstep here. That should not have happened. Rogue gets surrounded. The boys are being pulled. A massive misplay there by Rogue. And Lemmer, can he do this? Can he pull it off? Can he pull it off? Slightly better engage. Once again, collapsing the army. Boys being pulled, and Rogue holds. Yeah, Rogue, he does hold. Whew. Rogue, he's still up at base. He's still up in workers. This was good damage out of Lambo. Not good enough. The reality here, he killed 2 queens. He picked off 20 lings as well. Sorry, 25 lings. Like, these were good trades. But Lambo is still behind. He's still behind. Behind this, Lambo is trying to drone. He's trying to drone up. Trying to saturate. And we're going for a second all-in. Okay, second wave 2. It's time for round 2. Asking on more lings. This time going for a Baneling nest. The issue here is that Rogue, I believe, has his... Yep, he has his own nest. He's got his own Baneling nest already. Defensive Banelings. Lambo, he has to try. Checking for the third base. He has to try, Pappy. Oh. Nice bait. Very nice bait initially. One more bailing. Oh, there's 2 more. There's 2 more behind this. Bailings, they all go down. Lings, they collapse in. They get a surround, but there's no more bailing left. Yeah, no more bailings for Lambo. It's not good enough. Fails to break through. But Lambo's trying. He's trying, Pappy. But Lassie cannot. And Rogue still has a very comfortable lead this entire time. This entire time, with that lead, he's able to afford roaches. Roaches are amassing. From here, we can go for a lair. We can go for a third base. Rogue can... Yep, there we go. Third base is now on the way. Lambo is still miles behind. Oh. Gotta be careful. And drone is picked off, so this will delay Rogue. It's gonna be delayed. Oh, the roaches get surrounded. Okay. Rogue does have a bit of a misplay here. Roaches... Oh, never mind. Yeah, Roaches are allowed to be surrounded at the same time. Rogue just commits. So he commits across the map, gets into the mineral lines. Queens are surrounded. Boys are being pulled. Again, Lambo can't afford to lose workers, and this is just getting out of hand. We're snibbling out of control. Drones are going down. Critical damage once again. Again, the early game was just too much. Lem has just been playing from behind the entire game. Oof. And Bailing's popping off. And this is kind of like the last ditch effort here for Lambo. The final push, Pappy. The final move out. Oh. Yeah, GG gets called. GG gets called, and Rogue, he will claim the series. He will take down Lambo, and Team Hwasong will take down Shopify 3-2. GG. Oh. GG, well played. Congratulations here, Team Hwasong. They will claim it. Again, it was just a really rough start there. Winding it back, Rogue went for a 10 pull, Lambo went hatch first. But it wasn't just that, it was the aftermath, of course, as well, where Rogue, he killed the hatchery and he killed 4 drones. Like, that's the brutal thing. He was able to get both, able to pick off both things, or gain so much value, of course, taking down both targets, economic damage, and the hatchery as well. So Rogue took a massive lead. Lambo went for the Ling counterattack, the Ling all in, the Ling flood, but Rogue was ready for it, or at least he had plenty of queens, plenty of Lings. It was a little bit messy. If you remember, Rogue got 2 queens surrounded, so it was very messy defense out of Rogue, but it was good enough. It was good enough in the end. GG, well played. With that, congratulations, Rogue. He will claim the series, and we're about to have a rematch. Fun fact, we have a rematch here because up next is the all kill format, and this time I will change the in-game overlay. So I got you. This time we will change it. Beautiful. Okay, so up next is going to be the all-kill format. What is the all-kill format? So, as we just mentioned, Hwasong, they will claim the first win here. They take down Shopify in the Pro League format, but up next is the all-kill format. This means that we do have Rogue and Lambo as the starting players. Winner stays on, loser is knocked out. Game 1 is going to be in Fear and Faith. Game 2, Rorschach. Game 3, at Attorney's Edge. Game 4, if we get that far, Ults on Temple. Game 5, Ace Match, if we go that far, Lockdown. So again, all-kill format, best of 5, winner stays on, and the losing team, they keep fielding players until they can knock that opposing player out. Oh boy. The ZVZs continue as spawning in the bottom hand corner of Fear and Faith. We have the German Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Shopify. It is Lambo. And spawning in the top right corner corner here of Fear and Faith. Oh, it's Lambo's turn. He's 10 pulling. The turns have tabled. In the top right corner, we have the red Zerg player. We have the South Korean Zerg for Team Hwasong. It is Rogue. Let's go. Let us go. And again, the turns have tabled. It is Lambo's turn to go for the 10 pull. And Rogue, does he go hatch first? That is the question here. Remember, there's a 4-player small map. There's a very high chance that Zerg players will go hatch first on this map. That is what Lambo's gambling on. Lambo, he's gambling that on a large map, Rogue will go for a hatch first build. He doesn't. The gamba, papi, the gamba. So, once again, in this rock, paper, scissors of openers here, if Rogue had gone hatch first, Lambo would have the advantage. Here, Rogue goes pull first. Rogue has the advantage, just based off of the openers. This is why a lot of the pro Zerg players at the moment, they call ZVZ very coin flippy, because we flip coins. We're just flipping coins here. And last game, Rogue, he flipped it well. Here, Rogue, he also flipped it well. Lambo's looking for his opponent's spawn location, Overlord bottom right, and Overlord top left. Sorry, Drone Scout top left. Lings are rushing through the center. Now, at least the Overlords of Rogue are out of position, and Rogue won't see those Zerglings, so he won't be mentally prepared yet. Like, he won't have, like, pre-hotkeyd drones or anything like that. Or, like, prepared to pull. He might still have them hotkeyed. But Lings they pick in. Rogue, you only made a singular pair of Zerglings. He did drone behind this. But boys are being pulled. A Spine Crawl on the high grounds. And a Rogue, he has to fight for his natural. The Spine defense is very committed, is what I will say. But going for the Spine defense. Queen comes down. The hatchery is low. Oh my god, nice worker drilling here at a Rogue, but he has to be careful. The drone's getting low here. They have to pull away. Miscontrol. Miscontrol at a Rogue. He fought for 1 second too long. He lost 4 drones. That should not have happened. Again, did not need the Spine Crawler. That's against an 11-12 defense. And as the dust settles, Rogue does hold, but did lose an excess of workers. So think of last game. Last game, Rogue killed the hatchery and 4 drones. This game, Lambo doesn't kill the hatchery, but does get 4 drone kills. It's some damage, but Rogue is ahead. Rogue is in a better position. Rogue has access to gas. Access to tech. And we'll see what Rogue does with that. Do we go into link speed? Do we go into a fast lair? Eyes are on Rogue. Lambo, meanwhile, has to wall off on 2 bases. He's got a wall off. Oof. Mining would be denied. 1 drone goes down. Oof. 2? 1. Okay. Just 1 drone guild gets a full scout, confirming no gas. Confirming the follow-up. And again, we'll see what this gas is going to be spent on for Rogue. As Rogue is up in workers and up in tech. It should be a lair, in my mind. Like, a lair into mutas makes the most sense. No. Link speed, that is a surprise. Link speed is on the way. I mean, Lambo should be walling regardless. If he doesn't, he's going to be in trouble. But link speed tells us that Rogue is going to go for link flood. Link speed is very abnormal in this kind of position. Lings, they attempt to poke in. Rogue has a full wall. And Lambo's being greedy. This is working out well here for Rogue. Basically, Rogue going for a link flood like this and going into early link speed is a good way to punish a player that plays 2 base but does take a 3rd base without walling off. So this is just hyper greed out of Lambo. You can see now he's starting his wall, but that's after getting a 3rd. This 3rd base should be denied. Like, this 3rd base should not get up and running. No shot. This 3rd base is illegal. It's an illegal 3rd. As here comes a link flood. And again, the reasoning why Lambo has a 3rd base is because link speed should never been researched for Rogue, which is why this is catching Lambo with his pants down. The pants are down. The flood is coming. We see that Lambo is going for his own link speed actually and going for his own link flood, but alas, he should not save the 3rd base. Should not save it. There's a cancel. Link speed is still a ways away. Now kicking in. Oh, the bailing! No, the bailing! Oh my god, that was insane. That was so close. That was like half a second away. Ay. Calm down, Bappy. Calm down. Rogue, he will have defensive bailings. Queen balls back to the mineral line. The bailings are now going to be rolling in. And Lambo has to get the hell out of here. Oh no! He does pull away. Does pull away in time. Behind this, Lambo is going to roach speed, faster lair. Oh. Jesus. Roaches are revealed, and once again, Lambo cannot expand. Cannot expand. It's going to be another cancel. Behind this, Rogue is droning. Now, my concern for Rogue at this point, Rogue is like droning. He's in a good position economically, but Lambo has not been droning. I mean, he can't drone because he has no 3rd base. Lambo's being forced into a 2-base all-in. Lambo, he's just rushing across the map. He's rushing across the map. Roaches, Lings, Lambo's all in. And Rogue might be caught with his pants down here. Has Rogue been too greedy? Nice catch. Yeah, nice catch on reinforcing roaches. Catching at a roach. Forcing a ravager. Delaying reinforcements. Buying time. And even another surround. Catching out 3? Jesus. Yeah, another 3 roaches do go down. And by the time Lambo pushes, I mean, now we have queens, now we have more roaches. Lambo still has the army advantage, but Lambo, he drones. Yeah, he himself is not confident. Pushing into a concave. Bailey's they smash in. They soften off the roaches, and Lambert, he's missed his window. He misses window, he misses timing. Spire is on the way for Rogue. I mean, this is still very intense. Rogue does have the economic advantage, has had it for quite some time, but Lambert is redroning. He's droning, he's now taking his third base. Hydrogen is on the way. Lambert has not seen the Spire, but I mean, he's reading this well. Reading this well. The Overseer now moves in. And we'll confirm. Does confirm the Spire. As the game is slowing down from here, Lambert has been able to drone up a little bit harder. That is true. So Lambert, he now has a workload advantage, but mutas are about to hit the field, and they'll be able to chase down the Overlord. Speaking of, Overlord's being chased down. At least Lambert has an advantage when it comes to his Hydroden. Hydroden has been on for quite some time. Hydra speed is almost complete. And the tunneling claws here, they're going to work so well. They're already getting across the map. Yeah, Lambert is burrowing across. Burrow's past the main army, catching a Ravager. It's very nice on Burrow. Gets one, a Ravager going for the other. Gets two. Rogue turns around. And Lambert can burrow. He burrows once again. And burrowing in the mineral line, catching another queen. Oh, not quite. Never mind. But this is just keeping Rogue busy. Keeping him busy, and Lambert, he drops it. He unbars once again. Doesn't find much damage, but again, just keeping Rogue busy. Warriors are distracting. There we go, and bars in the natural. Does focus out more drones. Meanwhile, Lambert is maxing out. He's maxing out, Pappy. As Roaches, they split off. And after a very intense and very back and forth game, Lambert finds himself in a better position. He's down in workers, but his army supply is huge. We can see Rogue going back into mutas. It's a very high muta count. So the supply is big, that is true. This is mainly roaches. There's not that many hydras. Rogue can very easily just overwhelm the hydras and then just snowball out of control. The muta count is that high. 16 mutas, so it'd be 21. 21 mutas. The hydra count just isn't there. Yeah, mutas, they can just fight. They can just engage. Cleans up all the hydras. These roaches will go down. Lambert has to try to break his way through into the mineral lines, because Lambert will lose everything. It's taking too long. He's trying though. There we go. Does break through. Gets into the third base at the same time pushing into the natural. Lambert, he needs economic damage. Oh, okay, Burrows. Okay. Burrows or roaches being a little bit more efficient. Roaches a tunnel away. 10 drones. It's okay damage. 12 drones going down. My main big concern here is still the muta counts. When it comes to hydras, we now have a comparable hydra count here. We've been remaxing on hydras. It's okay. There's no fungals though. There's no microbial shroud. There's no infestor support. Despite the fact that I saw the infestation pit. Yeah, it's here. We have the pit. As Lambert does get into the natural. Okay, good positioning. Lambert's up on the high ground. Bailey's going to be rolling in. Roaches, they do hold the line. They try to at least. Yeah, Bailey's going to be zoned away. Hydra's to take over the high grounds. Nice position here by Lambo. Takes down the Roach Warren. But the Banelings, yeah, they smash in. They smash in. Every Hydra goes down. And the Mutants, they just snowball out of control. They snowball out of control. But a lot of drones are falling. This is what matters most here. Lambo peels off into the third. Takes down more drones. Takes down more workers. Here comes Rogue. A Rogue is built up to how many? 33. 33 meters. Jeez, that's a lot of meters. Now we have some Infestors, but there's only 2 Hydras. The anti-air isn't there. Even if a fungal lands, even if we get like a chain fungal going, it's not enough. It's just not enough damage. Again, there's like some really nice harass across the map, but this count of mutas cannot be dealt with. There's just no answer. There's no answer. Lambo counterattacks once again. Hydra then goes down. No more Hydras. We now have excess spores at the natural, but only 1 spore here at the third. Oof. Yeah, the spore is overwhelmed. Takes down a mineral line. The roaches across the map. They're doing a lot of damage, though. They're getting a lot done. And can Lambo win through sheer run-bys? Sheer run-bys, sheer counterattacks. Again, I don't see Lambo ever dealing with these mutas, but it may not matter. He kills a natural. Massive pig-off. Natural goes down. Takes down the natural, takes down the third base. The fourth base is low. The main as well. Again, just non-stop run-bys, non-stop counterattacks. The non-stop harassment. Oh, we'll throw a lot of roaches away there. A lot of roaches go down. Mutas are distracted towards the left. There's an opening into the natural. Mutas are also across the map as well, though. This is late. Yeah, this rotation is late for Lambo, but he does get in. Wow, does slip in. And Rogue is down to 9 drones. He's down to 9 workers. The muta count is very high. We're up to 40 muta. Jeez, 40 mutalisks. In a head-on fight, Rogue will still win. Fungals will help. These power bombs are going to be huge. Like this is what's important here. 3 Vipers. They can win Lambo this game. 3 Vipers. If we can fungal powerbomb combo, that's game. Land the fungal, land the powerbomb, and the muta cloud will no longer exist. The combo pack. As again, Lambo, he's on the 2 base economy. 40 drones. He's on, is it 3 Vipers? Yeah, 3 Vipers, 3 Infestors, 22 Hydras. If Lambo can land these spells, he will win this fight and win the game. I think the best chance that Rogue has currently is base trade. If Lambo starts to push, then Rogue can backstab, maybe break a base and cripple the economy. But I think that is the best chance for Rogue now is base trade. Rogue cannot fight this head on. No shot. No shot. Do we have any other tech here? Just a spawning pool. Just a spawning pool. You can maybe argue that maybe Rogue can like get a Baneley nest. And does he have Baneley speed? He does. Get a Baneley nest and get some Ling Bane supports, but it will take too long. The issue here is the time is of the essence. The longer this goes on, Lambo's getting further and further ahead. Lambo's getting a 3rd base. We see Rogue splits up his army. So we have another Viper. That's a 4th Viper? Damn. 4 Vipers. It's a lot of Vipers, Pap. Mutas are looking for a way in. Can Rogue distract Lambo? Here he comes. And here comes the dive. He wants that. He wants that Viper. Doesn't get it. Doesn't get the Viper. Pokes in towards the left. Again, Vipers are in position. And Lem's about to max out. And once he's maxed, he can push, and he'll have enough to push and defend at the same time. So Lambo, he has eyes on the 4th. Roshan bars in the main. Does create an opening. Ah, here he comes. Here he comes. Again, Lambo's afraid of a base trade. He's afraid of the Mutas counterattacking. But here comes the main push. And Lambo is looking to claim a lead in this series and get his revenge as well. Get his revenge from the Pro League set. From the Pro League format earlier, where Rogue did defeat Lambo. But now it's time for Lambo to fight back. And again, this validates what we said at the beginning of this of Lambo's matches, was that we do rate Lambo's EVZ very highly. I mean, again, we've seen it quite recently as well. It was still a very messy game and still very back and forth. It all just came down to the run by. It's just a non-stop and the persistent like roach counterattacks out of Lambo. He was just unrelenting. And here he comes. Yeah, Link Bane's rolling in. The fungal, fungal with the power bomb. With another, and another. Yeah, the power bombs are connecting. The mutas, they evaporate. GG gets called. The clouds are crazy. And with that, Lambo takes game number 1. GG. Whew. Oh, he's so happy. GG, well played. With that, Lambo, he will take the game. He will take a lead in the series for Shopify. GG, well played. Again, Shopify, they're now up 1-0 in this best of 5. Bearing in mind, all kill format. Now it is on Hwasong to field the next player. They got 2 players here. They have SOS and they have Cure. They got 2 players to pick between. Will be a Terran or Protoss. Up to the players to decide. I mean, we kind of we mentioned it briefly earlier. It's got to be Cure. SOS right now, he does not want to play PvZ, no shot. So Cure will be the pick that makes the most sense. But remember, Lambo did defeat Cure already tonight in the Pro League format. Is it Cure's turn to get revenge? Now I might be getting ahead of myself. We still have to wait for the player to be picked. Waiting for the player. Hey. As again, it's gonna be a long broadcast. We're closing in on 5 hours. We could go all 6 hours, papi. Let's go. Oh, we're hanging in there. We'll be okay. We'll be okay. My voice is a little bit strained, but we'll make it. We'll make it. For now, though, again, it's on Team Hwasong to pick their next player here, and it's still yet to be determined. We do have the map, so let's switch our scenes over and catch up on the upcoming series, upcoming matches. Game 2 is going to be on Rorschach. Very small map of the map pool, short rush distance by ground. Aggression can be favored on Rorschach, followed by At Attorney's Edge for game number 3. Is there a world? Does Lambo all kill? I mean, Cure is the next kind of like big mountain to climb, right? It's like that's kind of like the next big thing. I wasn't very fond of Cure's decision last series on Sanctuary 3 to be a little bit more passive in his play. I mean, a lot of it did also come down to his Hellions getting caught out as well. I would imagine if Cure is the next player and if Cure plays on Rorschach, I would want Cure to be more aggressive. I'd want him to be very assertive and try to gain momentum early on. Otherwise, Lamb is going to run away with it. So we'll see. We'll see. For now, though, I guess we're going to be going on a short break. Looks like our players need some time. They need some time to get ready here. So we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have our next game. We'll have a next matchup. So we'll see you soon. We'll see you soon after the break. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back here to the GSTL. The GSTL. Welcome to the best of 5 series that we have here tonight in the main stage. As we're getting into our next game here, spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Rorschach, we have the German Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg, the current king of the hill here in the all-kill format. True. In the all-kill format, it is for Shopify Lambo. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, the South Korean Protoss representing Team Hwasong. It is SOS. Let's go. Let us go. A bit of a surprise to me. If you recall, I was expecting to see SOS saved for a potential versus Terran matchup, but no, they're going to be fielding SOS here. They're going to be tanking Rorschach. He's going to be tanking this map, and we'll see if he can bring something more unique to the table here. I did mention something earlier that Rorschach does favor aggression. It is a very small map, and you can be very in the face of your opponent. I do expect to see an all-in of some kind out of SOS for sure. We'll see what kind of build we go for, what kind of tech we get into here as well. Eyes are on SOS. We kind of alluded to it earlier here as we go for a 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener out of SOS, so already something very out of left field, something very aggressive, something very assertive early on. We did mention earlier that in the current meta of PvZ, it's either you all in or you be hyper greedy. It's typically one or the other. And we can see that it looks like SOS is going for something very aggressive early on. Does hide the probe. It looks like a 1-base all in. Looks like a 1-base all in out of SOS. The probe does hide here on the southern half of the map, setting up for a proxy pylon. So some shenanigans here out of our red Protoss. Interesting. The 2-gate opener throws me off a little bit. This positioning feels like proxy Stargate. Feels like proxy Stargate. Into like proxy Void Ray to like push into the main base with battery support. But this is a build that has been nerfed over the years. Shows the Stargate. Adept production has begun. Lambo confirms the full wall, so Lambo knows something is weird. There it is. So it is going to be proxy Stargate. We're expecting proxy Void Ray, but Lambo is already aware that something is wrong. Something is wrong, something is amiss. Second pylon to keep everything powered. To keep it all powered. And here comes the first battery. So again, proxy Void Ray rush here with batteries. Lings, they will spot this. We'll confirm. They're getting into the first battery already. And yeah, going Oracle instead of Void Ray due to the fact that batteries will not finish. We have more Lings coming in as well, and we're coming in for the surround. No, the Adepts, get out of here. They will pull away. Adepts say pull away. Meanwhile, the first pylon is going to fall. Yeah, it takes down the pylon. I'm going for the second pylon, which is also very low, by the way. It's going to go down as well. No shot. The Oracle does pop, thankfully. But this is a very messy setup here from SOS. Yeah, Lings are flooding. Queens are rallying as well. We're going for the attempted proxy Tempest? Okay. I mean, I don't see this lasting that long. The Oracle's out of energy. Yeah, the Oracle's already out. The battery is helping. The Lings are being efficient. Oof. Second battery goes down, and this should be cleaned up. Like, I don't see this working. Yep, there's a cancellation. Oracle's deflected. Proxy gets cleaned up, and Lemmy holds. Lemmy, he does hold on. He does shut this down. Again, it was an interesting build out of SOS. Unfortunately, got scattered immediately, so it just got shut down. Like, it just got shut down. Never really got going. Lambo was never in any real danger here. Cleans up the Stargates. There's nothing home to defend. Sorry, there's the Oracle. True. The Oracle does help. But SOS has no tech. He has a fleet beacon, no Stargate, so can't do anything with it. The Overlord will confirm the beacon. We'll get eyes on the third gateway. Remember, SOS is walled in, so SOS can't even expand. The Lings are back. The Oracle's racing home out of position. And again, I said this before the break. There's a very real chance that Lambo all kills, by the way. Like, it's a very real chance. Oh, we're going for the mothership rush. Okay, sure. Fleet beacon is a mothership rush. We can try to recall into the main. GG. We're not gonna try. We're not gonna try. GG gets called, and Lambo, he will take and extend the lead for himself and for Shopify. GG. GG. Now you can see this. Look. He can't contain it. He's like, whoa. It's like, what the hell is this nonsense? It's like, what was this clown build, Pappy? True. Some emotion, Pappy. Some emotion. Look at the hell. And with that, there's one player left. There's one player left here. Up next will be Lambo versus the final player of Team Hwasong, Lambo versus Cure. No boy. And remember, this is going to be a rematch. If you recall, Lambo already defeated Cure earlier on Sanctuary 3 in the Pro League format. So Lambo's done it before, but as I mentioned, the next time we see Cure versus Lambo, I would want to see something more aggressive. I want to see something more aggressive. I want to see something more in the face of Lambo, not to allow him to just get comfortable and to build up into like a secure, 4-base economy. I would want to see something more assertive here, but we'll see if we get it, because up next, it's not just going to be Cure, but it's going to be on At Attorney's Edge. At Attorney's Edge, of course, is a larger map in the map pool, longer rush distance by ground. I do favor Lambo on this map, but we'll see. See what our build of choice is going to be as we set up for our players. We get our camera going. Let's go. We're getting our camera ready. Beautiful. Okay. Whew. We have our players, we have our cameras, and again, we have potentially the final game of the series. Remember, this is best of five here, and the pressure's on Cure. Now, if anyone's going to begin the comeback, it's going to be Cure. Right, if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be Cure. I don't want to, speak as if like it's already over and Lambert's already all killed. Like he has potential to all kill, but I would say that Cure is still favored here. Like Cure was still favored against Lambert previously. I would still say that Cure is favored here as well. But again, it does depend on our style here, on how we approach this matchup. Cure, he was a lot more kind of tame. A little more economic focus, leading to a standard kind of like mid-game in the previous game against Lambo. As I mentioned before, I'll say it again, I want to see something more aggressive here out of Cure, but we'll see. Something more active. But it's on Cure. It's on Cure. Does he mech it up? Oh, maybe. We've already seen mech before in tonight's broadcast. We could see it again. So it had a Clem, if you recall. But we'll see. We shall see. Okay, Lambert, he couldn't contain himself earlier. But let's go. Let's go. As we're loading into our third game, potentially final game of the series, because spawning in the bottom right hand corner we have the blue Zerg player representing Shopify Rebellion on a 2-game win streak, 1 game away from all killing Team Hwasong. It is Lambo. It's time to get Rambo. And spawning in the top left hand corner we have the red Terran player, the South Korean Terran representing Team Hwasong. It is Cure. Here we go. The final player for the team. He's the last remaining player here on Team Hwasong. He needs to fight back here and now to have a chance at pulling off the reversal kill. That's the only way. The only way here to win for Team Hwasong is to reversal kill. Can he pull it off? Now, bearing in mind, if we do end up in this kind of situation, we've yet to experience a Super Ace match, but if Shopify win this series, the broadcast is not over. Remember, Hwasong, they won the Pro League format. If Shopify win the all-kill format, then that leads us into the Super Ace match, where both teams decide and pick one player to represent the team for a singular best of one. We might get there. Otherwise, if Cure pulls off the reverse all kill, then they just win. Then Hwasong, they'll just win. I'll just claim that series. For now, standard openers. Standard openers. Just going for the ranks expand. There's no CC first. None of that. Just going for the ranks expand. Likewise, we do have our hatch gas pool, or if not, hatch pool gas. Players are settling into our early game. From here, it's going to be on Cure to poke in with the Reaper to test the waters, skill check Lambo. Lambo shouldn't lose any drones, shouldn't lose any lings either, as we have our back and forth. And then our eyes are going to be on Cure to see whether or not he goes for a faster TC, whether he goes for a faster starport instead, whether he goes into a 2-on-1 factory follow-up. Keep an eye on the build of choice. Likewise, from Lambo, we'll be keeping an eye on his tech as well. Against Cure last time, Lambo did go into Ling Hydra, delayed Banelings into very, very early Hydra tech, to a heavy Hydra army, eventually into Ling Bane Hydra. But it was a good way to get momentum early on and strip away some of the control away from Cure. One Ling goes down. Sorry, two. Two Zerlings. So 2 Ling kills. The hatchery will not be delayed. Whew, was close. Close, but is thrown down. Back at home, 3rd TC before starports. Standard economic build so far. So far, so good. As Reaper doesn't get behind the mineral line, threatening a dive. Gets a full scouts. Just confirming Ling speed, nothing crazy. There's no early Evo chamber or early Bailey nest. But there's no fast lair. True. Just confirming. Oh, and you said I see. It's time to mech it up. If you remember, we brought up mech earlier. If you remember, Clem did play mech earlier in the broadcast, and now we're seeing mech out of Cure. I'll have to reiterate what I said during the Clem series. Say it here as well. If this is catching you by surprise, again, in recent weeks, basically ever since the PTR patch went live, mech has been more common to see mech mixed into series. Not saying that Terran players only play mech, no, but they do typically play it like once in a series, once in a broadcast, referring to players like Clem, Cure, Maru, and Byan. Even Byan has been playing mech as of late, like they all mix it in. If you remember, Clem attempted to play mech against Serral earlier this broadcast. I say attempted because did fail. Serral was able to scout, able to shut down the Hellions and go into mass muta. Right now, the pressure's on Lambo to confirm whether or not it is mech. I'm sure he's played it plenty of times in recent times against battle mech, but he has to confirm. So far, we're going to be rushing into Blue Flame, so early Blue Flame out of Cure. Early Roach Horn. Nice read out of Lambo. If you recall, like, Roaches are exactly what Lambo needs here. There's his Roach Horn. Third base now is being taken. Again, the Hellion count that Lambo's seen is not abnormal. I believe he's only seen 6 Hellions. The rest are banking up in the main. The rest are banking. And Curie wants to catch Lambo by surprise. Lambo is making some safety roaches. And here he comes. Here we go. It's go time. It is a massive scout. Lambo sees. He sees the Hellions. He's aware of the dive. We have how many? 16? 17 Hellions. That's crazy. Just mass Hellion is coming in. We have 4 more Hellions behind this. 21 Hellions in total. Queen's in position. Does wall off. Very nice positional play from Lambo. Rotates over, and so far the Hellions have not gotten in. They have potential. They have blue flame. But doesn't get into the mineral lines. Now, at least Kyr's retaining the Hellions, but I mean, he wants to get damage with this. Again, if Lambo was playing Ling Bane, he'd be in so much trouble. He'd be in so much trouble. How does he get in? Yeah, they go for the mineral line. 5 drones go down. Not bad. Ooh, Hellions, they attempt to slip by, but they will not. They attempted. But again, not a bad start. Behind this, we only get a couple of Cyclones and then it's tank production. Tanks, this tells us that it looks like Kyr is going to slow down a little bit. I say a little bit because there's still going to be a window of time where he could maybe push with his tanks instead. But tank production is usually indicative of a more defensive position, a defensive stance. Meanwhile, Lambo is rushing into a hive. So a fast hive here, went for the Hydrogen. Hive tech allows for Viper production, and with Vipers, Lambo, he can break through a siege line. Likewise, I would say the Cure has not really done enough damage so far. Not enough. Cure picks in. Hellions are deflected. Likewise, Hive is now done. Scan does confirm the Hive tech. This will confirm Vipers, and we're already getting Vikings. Yeah, Viking production has begun. That will help when it comes to zoning away Vipers. Cure is just turtling up. Again, no Cyclone production. We're just completely turtling up at this point. Just non-stop tank production with Vikings. There's a chance where maybe Lambert can break one of these positions with his Vipers, but if he waits too long, there's going to be too many Vikings. The Viking count is building up. Turrets, Widow Mines. Cure just turtling up as best he can. It's time to turtle. See in the chats, if Lambert will play the Super Ace match? If we get to the Super Ace match, it depends on the condition of the players. What I mean by that is that Lambert's been playing a lot of games back to back. If Lambert feels fatigued and if he feels like he's like worn down because of all these games, like non-stop games, then Beyond might be feel it instead, right? Like it kind of depends on like how the players are feeling. Because this has been a lot of games back to back for Lambo. But here he comes. Here come the Vipers. Abducts the Vikings. Okay, gets 1, gets 2, 3. Okay. Takes control of the air. Takes down all the Vikings. Every Viking gets abducted. Cyclones as well. Do we have any blinding clouds? Not quite. It was okay pickoffs. It was okay. We're getting 4 Diva Chambers just to gather more energy. Oh my god. Catching up 2 tanks. Miss Rally. Miss Rally out of Cure. Look after your tanks, Pappy. Cure, he's also aware of the high Viking count, so he's pre-splitting his tanks. Meanwhile, more Vipers. Oh, abducts some Hellions, so a bit of miscontrol there, a bit some misclicks, but there we go. It does get 5 tanks. Oh my god. Takes down 5 tanks. He heals up his roaches. Nice use of burrow. Gathering more energy. Just picking away at the position here, picking away at the army. Oh. From here is moving in. Gets one more Cyclone. A couple of Vikings as well. Does not finish the Vikings off. A little bit messy. But yeah, basically this is just like the healing station. We got all the queens for transfusers. And all the Eva chambers for just more just consume. There we go. I was gonna say more sucking. I was like just slurping down those Eva chambers. Oh, 2 more Cyclones and a Viking. Very nice. Very nice wings. Behind this, gold base has been taken. Lemma mass expanding. Coming in, gets 3-4 more tanks. And a blinding cloud. Do you remember what I said earlier at the beginning of this series? This game specifically, I was like, I was hoping to see something more active and aggressive out of Cure. He's just turtling up. And this means, especially on this map, high yield gas. High yield gas is now in favor of Lambo. High yield minerals also in favor of Lambo. Lambo doesn't just have a greater economy, he has a boosted economy because of the high yield bases. Like on this map specifically on Attorney's Edge, it is even more punishing if you try to turtle up because there are ways to punish that due to the high yield bases that there are. So excess gas, excess minerals here as well for Lambo due to the map itself. Jesus. Abduct all the ghosts. I think that was 3 ghosts going down. I think 1 walked away. But basically, if you try to turtle on this map, you get punished. Even more so than on other maps. Due to the base counts and due to the quality of the bases as well. And the maps, they matter. You can see all these Eva chambers are on 1 HP. They're slowly regenerating. Catching on some Vikings. Cure is perfecting his... sorry, I should mention this as well. Cure is perfecting his army. He successfully gained a 5th base. This is a big power spike, actually. This is a big member for Cure. Gets his 5th base. Now can afford Ghosts. And now he's switching into not just mech, but ghost mech, which is kind of like the best army you can go for. Oh no, the abductions! Oh my god. The massive... Did I say ghost mech? Nah, back to regular mech. Back to regular mech. There's only 1 ghost left. Crazy abductions. Curie's desperate. Oh god. Trying to push forward. Curie wants the center expansion. Cure should never get the space up and running. No shot. Like, it should not happen. Oh. Once again, nice abductions. Catching us some tanks, catching us some Vikings. We can see Cure is pushing forward, trying to expand. We need more Eva chambers. Oh. Takes down 3 more Vikings. Now the Viking count has been reduced to 0. Up next should be tanks and ghosts. Jesus. We need more buildings. There we go. Eva chambers are finishing. Don't kill your own hatchery. Be careful. If you remember in this most recent patch, it was a oh god, what's the word for it? It's been a long cast, so I'm blanking a little bit. Oh, quality of life, there we go. There was a quality of life change. Mass CMPs, nice CMPs by the way. But there was a quality of life change, which does mean that Vipers will no longer kill your own buildings. That's why all these Eva chambers are very low on HP. This isn't like Lambo canceling the consume. This is just automatically it's being stopped. Nice run, very nice run by, oh my god, 13 drones. 13 drones go down. But this is new to the most recent patch, where you just cannot kill buildings with consume. Or just leave it on 1 HP. So yeah, some attempted Hellbat's run-bys. Cure does establish a 6th base. This is another big moment for Cure. Yes, Lambert has a massive bank, but Cure, he can afford to max out and refine his army. Again, this is dangerous. As runes are finishing, Cure looking to take another base. Lambert needs to deny these expansions. And he will. There we go. He rotates to the south side, gets 1, 2, 3 tanks. Lose 1 Viper in the process. Cure is rotating over. He rotates. Looks like Lambert might kill 2 CCs. Oh my god, the EMPs! Yeah, massive EMPs. Lambert, he was stacked up. It was all stacked up. Time to go back home. The Viper count is a little bit low. Only 4. Oh, only 4 Vipers. That's a little bit dangerous. Lambert, he has free supply. We need more Vipers. The other option, by the way, instead of going Hydra Viper like this, and you could argue that at this point Lambert has lost control of these bases, and Lambert is a little bit in trouble here, is to switch into Broodlords. Is to go for a Broodlord, Corruptor, like Infestor transition. Instead is going into Ultras. I'm not too fond of this decision to switch into Ultra Tech. The idea of making Ultras to try to like brute force your way through a siege line sounds kind of crazy. Against tank Ghost Liberator, you want to go like Ultra? That's insane. Like, this is the anti-Ultra army. So Cure, he has a chance. Like, Cure's not out of this. Cure's knocking down the gold. At the same time, Lambert moves in. Gets 1 Liberator. Yeah, he's losing control of this. We have some Infestors on the way. There is a Greater Spire. There it is. Okay. So it looks like it was only the Ultra Cavern just in case. Thankfully, we're not actually making Ultras. It is going to be Broodlord. So Broodlord Infestor is amassing, but it will take some time to really get going, and that means that these bases are going down. And Lambert did not mine this base too well. He had some mining going on, yes, but again, Lambert's in trouble. Remember, Cure's army is just better. Like, Cure just has a hyper efficient army. Lambert's bank is helping, that is true, but as more of these bases are now being under control of Cure, as Cure takes the northern center base, southern center base as well, and even more bases, like, this is where the bank is, that gap when it comes to bank and resources is closing. It's slimmer than what it once was. And moves in. Nice move. Once again, Cure is out of position. Mining is delayed. It's denied. As Lambert bleeds out Hydras and bleeds out Vipers, we're switching into more Broodlords. This is important, going for this Broodlord transition. Now, what is the Viking count looking like? 0. 0 Vikings. This Broodlord switch, he can catch Cure with his pants down. The pants are down. Cure is not ready. These Broodlords can end the game. Straight up. And here we go. Yeah, Broodlords are revealed. Takes down the tank. We have how many? 20? 14. 14 Broodlords. Now pushing forward. and should bring down the planetary. Planetary goes down. Behind this, we have Thor production underway. Broodlords, they can keep going. Planetary's nice. This center base will be better. And we'll get both. And massive pickoffs. Takes down the planetary. At the same time, Lambo gaining ground here, just barely takes down both tanks, and Lambo's doing it. Whew. My concern for Lambo was that if Cure successfully maintained these fresh bases, and that's not happening. It's not happening. Lambo denies mining, 23 SCV kills. Lambo going back in. Going for another expansion. These infestors have to be careful to clump up. Otherwise they'll be vulnerable here to the ghosts. Oh, Cure is just pushing. Okay. Oh, no. Turns around. Turns back around. That's a heavy Thor count. Thor ghost. Looks like he is going to be he's going to push. Do you have neural? No. Yeah, no neural. Oh my god, massive connections. The Banelings, they smash into the ghost. Heavy losses there for Cure. Takes the Banelings to the face. Even here, struggling to split. Struggling. Yeah, as Cure is pushing here towards the south side. At this point, Cure is all in. Cure, he has no economy. Not anymore. He's doing what he can. Lambo supply block. Oh. Lambo supply block. Banelings, they cannot engage. Neural only just now begins, so Lambo, he just realized he never researched Neural. That's scary. Without Neural, these Thors, they're going to be an issue. Potentially. I mean, Lambo, with just sheer numbers, he might have enough. Broodlords, they turn back around. They're racing back home. Again, Cure, his goal here is to end the game with this push. So end the game. Yeah. Yeah, Lambo counterattacks. Cure actually turns back around. Wow, he turns back around, raises back home. Nice around here, catching up two Thors. Two Thors get caught. Fungal catching out the Vikings. Massive Fungal. Lambo pulls away. Broodlords, they catch reinforcements. They catch out some of the tanks left behind. They were left behind. The neural. The assimilation. And Neurals, they help out. Banelings, they roll in, catching out some of the ghosts. And here comes the main push. Here comes the final fight. The final fight. The armies, they clash. The Broodlords, they just bully their way forward. There's just so many Broodlords left over. Oh, the neural EMP. GG gets called, and Lambo, he does it. He pulls it off. Lambo will all kill Team Hwasong. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A very tiring game there for sure. Was a much longer game. Curie turtled up, went into mech, of course. So we did see early on Cure was trying to go into mass battle mech with mass blue flame Hellions, but Lambo did go for an early Roach Warren. He shut down the mech early on. He gained map control. Cure was stuck on 4 bases for a long time. Cure eventually took a 5th. He eventually took a 6th base, right? He eventually did take more expansions, but we did see that Lambo, he was still able to accumulate a massive bank, have a bank to work with, and was still able to punish and trade, and thankfully did have the tech to go into a Broodlord switch. If you remember, I was worried about the Ultra tech, and I was like, yo, we need Broodlords more than anything, but it was just an Ultra Cabin just to be safe, just to have it in case, and was able to go into that mass Broodlord transition. GG. GG well played with that. Lambo, he will all kill Team Hwasong. He takes down Rogue, SOS, and Cure. And a question was posed earlier, because right now we're going to the Super Ace match. What does that mean? Well, Hwasong, they won the Pro League series. Remember, the Pro League format went in favor of Hwasong. Now the all-kill format goes in favor of Shopify. That means we have one final best of one. It's going to be the Super Ace match. Basically a singular game. One game will determine who will win this series. Hwasong or Shopify. One game. We're going to be going on a break. When we come back, the teams will decide their ace player. Again, in my mind, Rogue versus Lambo would make sense, but I did just mention here that it also depends on the state of our players. Lambo, he has been worn down. He's been playing a lot of games back to back to back to back. If he feels fatigued, then maybe Beyond steps in, maybe Scarlet steps in. There's a world where maybe that happens, or maybe he's like, you know what, let's keep going. I'm on a roll right now. I'm on a win streak. Let's go the distance here. We'll see. For now, we'll be going on a short break. When we come back, we will have that final Super Ace match. We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon after the break. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, hope you enjoyed that lovely Brood War OST as we returned. We returned here with the final game of the broadcast. It's been an intense broadcast so far, 5.5 hours. Oh boy, we've gone the distance here. Again, Hwasong versus Shopify is our series, is our current matchup. And Lambo, he just pulled off an all kill. He just took down Hwasong 3-0. And now we found ourselves in the Super Ace match. Hwasong, they did defeat Shopify in the initial Pro League best of 5. And then Shopify beat Hwasong in the all kill best of 5, and that means that we have one final game here, one final game to wrap things up. It is the Super Ace match. I do have to set up the in-game overlay, actually. There we go. As I load into that final game, this morning in the top right hand corner, we have our two ace players. In the top right, we do have the German Zerg player. The German Zerg, the blue Zerg for Shopify. It is Lambo. It's time to get Rambo. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Team Hwasong. It is Rogue. Let's go. Let us go. We are here. We're getting into the final game of the broadcast. It all ends here. It all ends in this singular best of one. Now, I say it's a best of one. These two have played off a lot tonight. Rogue defeated Lambo in the Pro League series. Lambo defeated Rogue in the All Kill series. In tonight's broadcast, they're tied 1-1. This will break that tie. This will be the tiebreaker for the team league and for themselves as well. Pool first. Pool first of Lambo, pool first out of Rogue. Both players open pool first. Both players playing safe, and we will kind of bounce off each other. Again, in game 1, Rogue 10 pooled Lambo. In game 2, Lambo 10 pulled Rogue. In game 3, no one 10 pulls anyone. Just pull first. Again, that's kind of like the rock, paper, scissors when it comes to the early game. Both players end up with the same opener, and with that, both players are set up to potentially play 2 base. Both players are going to be delaying their gases. As you can see here, Rogue's gas is a little bit later, so a higher chance that Rogue will skip link speed. Lambo, higher chance that he gets link speed. Again, Sanctuary 3 is a map known for 2-base play just because of the ramp coming into the natural, so the idea of walling off on 2 bases is much higher here. We'll see if Lambo does go for that link flood that we're kind of we're telegraphing a little bit. So for now, we are setting up. Again, it's been a very, very intense, very long broadcast. Hi. Not gonna lie, a little bit worn down myself. Lambo not though. Lambo, he's still going. He's still going strong. I was posing the idea that maybe Lambo would be worn down just because he's played a lot of games back to back to back to back. A lot of games. But no. Still gonna keep going. Meanwhile, we have 100 gas. If you remember, I did say that there's a very high chance that Rogue skips link speed and that Lambo doesn't. We do see it is going to be lair first out of Rogue, and we've yet to determine what the gas is going to be spent on for Lambo. Lair first as well. Wow, mirrored build, the Spider-Man meme. Mirrored builds, great minds I think alike. Both players opening up hatch first as the follow-up. This can lead into 2-base muta, by the way. Can lead into mutas. So it looks like there was a bit of we did have the music bug. For those that don't know, sometimes randomly music stops playing, and the way to fix it is to restart your client. So for this game, it sounds like there won't be any. Sorry, I say there won't be any music. There is a fix, and that is to just play our own music. Hold on. I got you. It'd be too loud. Hold on, there we go. Beautiful. Okay, now as we're opening up, it is going to be 2-base muta out of Rogue, so Beautiful. The Spire's on the way. Gas is being taken as a 2-base meter. Meanwhile, Lambo is going the other route. He's going for 2-base Roach. Into Roach speed, into +1 range. So Lambo is going to double down, getting into Roach production. Can Lambo break Rogue before Mutas hit the field? Overseer comes in, and Lambo, he gets a full scout. He confirms the Spire. Big scout here for Lambo. Does scout, does confirm. Behind this, Lambo is going for the hydrogen. He believes he cannot kill Rogue, not before Mutas hit the field, so we will be playing out a longer and later game. Now, we did see Lambo pop off previously on Fear and Faith against Rogue with non-stop Roach harass. We'll see if we can get there again. We'll see. As Hydra speed has begun. Again, Rogue is getting into his muta production. We have 6 mutas on the way. Lambo going to be the first to expand. He already has his 3rd base, now droning, now saturating. Rogue much later to expand, as he did, of course, play 2 base. Mutas moving out. It's going to be on Rogue to try to get some economic damage, to try to contain Lambo. Contain him. And catch up economically. Yep. They move in. Yeah, they move in. They will get the Queen. Queen does pull back. If the Sage Bit's going to be on the way, the Queen gets low. And does pull back in time. So nice control by Lambo. Does pull back the Queens. At the same time, Mutas a will poke in between the bases. And it is going to be mass Muta. +1 flyer attack is on the way. +1 melee is on the way. This tells us that Rogue is not going Muta into Roach. He's going mass Mutalisk. And if he sees an opportunity, he will dive on top of these Hydras. Remember, we need Queens and Spores to defend. So far, Spores are being thrown down, 2 per base. They're being thrown down here at these as like anchor points. There. Now, ready for Terran 1. It's coming. Meanwhile, again, Lambo's just stuck at home. He's just stuck at home, building up Hydras, building up Infestors, getting into fungal growths, eventually into Hive Tech, and eventually into Vipers, off of a 3-base economy. That should be the go-to. So far, we have supply block Lambo, Rogue building up to 14 mutas. Still joining back at home. Lambo still supply block, by the way. Uh-oh. Yeah, still supply block. Bit of a late reaction. Gas Geyser is going to go down. At the same time, ooh, Bailey's to get into the mineral line. 5 drone kills. Not bad. Lambo, we got to lock in. We got to lock in. Looks like Rogue is setting up for another Bailing run by. Spotted by Lambo. I'm loving the Tunnel Core Roach counterattack. Assuming that Lambo gets across. Meanwhile, Rogue is pulling everything together here. That's a lot, jeez, that's a lot of Bailings. 20 Bailings morphing in. The Roaches get spotted. Yeah, the Roaches, they get spotted. They get caught out. This time, Rogue is on top of this. And Lambo needs these fungals to land. It's all about these fungals. Oh, let's go. Yeah, it's waiting to roll forward here. And there's the does land a fungal. Bailey's 8 don't quite get into the mineral line. Oh, they connect though. Yeah, they connect with the Hydras. Hydras, they do go down. At the same time, the Mutas, they're not able to follow up. Yeah, they're a little bit late here to the engagement. Bailey's are coming from behind. No, they clump up. 17. Oh, 17 drone kills and the hatchery. 19 drones. Brutal damage here. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, Lambo caught out. The Bailey's, they came in from behind. And Lambo's pushing, but don't know if he can really do much with this. He does have some fungal growths. I mean, the muta count is a little bit low. Yeah, cannot move out. Lings at now the expansion. I can remember what happened last time in their matchup here. Lambert, who was popping off with his tunneling core roaches, but this game is not able to get across the map. You can see the Rogue does have a spine crawler here, at least at the third. Lings, they move in once again. The base is denied. That's a kill, not a cancel. Lambert's all in. Lambert's all in. It's all or nothing. Lambert's lost far too much. He's pushing into how many Banelings? 31. Wow, 31 Banelings. Do we have enough fungals? The first one. No, we coming from behind. We coming from behind. Massive surround. Bailey smash into the Hydras. 0 Hydras left, and Rogue has done it. So Rogue has done it. It was an impressive showing out of Lambo to pull off the all kill and to force a super ace match, but GG gets called, and Rogue will claim the series for Hwasong. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations, Rogue. He will claim the series. He will claim it all here. Again, Rogue going for a much heavier Baneling style instead. Yes, he had some mutas, but not too many. He only had 14. Only 14 mutas for a long time there. Instead, he was going for mass Baneling run-bys, Baneling aggression, Baneling run-bys, and Baneling surrounds even as well. He was crippling the economy and even catching out the Hydras. Again, Lambo just could not keep up. So many losses here. On top of that, Lambo, he tried to go for some roach harass with tunneling claws, but instead Rogue, he caught him in the center of the map time and time again. The roaches could not get across, and Rogue had a much more comfortable economy coming into the mid game. The economy was untouched for Rogue, and he was able to cripple the economy of Lambo, force the all in, get the surround. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Rogue. As again, Rogue, he will claim that final game. He'll claim the win. But I don't want to take away from Lambo, because Lambo played incredibly well here tonight. He played incredibly well. Remember, Lambo, he all killed the team. Like, he all killed Hwasong. That was an insane performance out of Lambo. May have gone down here in that final game, but had a good showing. Very good showing. GG, well played. Congratulations to Hwasong. Shout out to Shopify. As with that does wrap up our broadcast for the day. Again, a very long broadcast. Very long, very intense. Is going to be wrapped up here, and let's catch up on the matches. Un momento. Yeah. So just catching up. Here we go. Okay, sorry, just catching up here. But yes, exclamation mark. Actually, we don't have a command in the chat, but Wikipedia. Head on over to the Wikipedia page, and you can have a look at the upcoming matches, what has transpired, and what is to come as well. Un momento. Here we go. Just setting up the page. Beautiful. Okay, as you can see, bam, jeez, it's quite bright. On my left, this is the group round robin group stage. Tonight we featured Team Basilisk versus No GG, alongside Hwasong versus Shopify. As you can see down here, it looks like the Wikipedia page has not been updated yet, but this did go in favor of Hwasong. Hwasong, they win 2-1. 2-1 in favor of Hwasong and 2-0 in favor of Basilisk. Last week we had T1 onside versus Hwasong and No GG versus Shopify as well. So we are 2 weeks in, or 2 days into the round robin group stage. Meanwhile, you can see here, 3 days time, or I guess 4 days. In 4 days time, we're going to be live with Shopify versus T1 onside and Hwasong versus Basilisk. Again, that'll be over the weekend on Saturday. We then have our next match on the 1st of September, then on the 8th of September as well, to wrap up the round robin group stage that will lead into the playoff bracket. As you can see here, So again, we still have a couple more days of coverage when it comes to the GSTL main stage, the group stage, if you will. So plenty of games to come, plenty of games to indulge in. Let's go. Let us go. So again, it's going to be an amazing event. I'm sure already we've had some amazing games. Fun to see this Team League format once again. And again, if you want to tune into more of this, watch it live on SOOP here on the CranKy Ducklings. Only broadcasted on SOOP. Otherwise, you can also check this out on the VODs. VODs will be available on YouTube, on the CranKy Ducklings channel, and on the official SOOP English channel as well. Will be uploaded over on SOOP. So again, I hope you've all been enjoying yourselves. I do apologize if I was a little bit low energy, or even my voice is a little bit strained. It's that long cast, almost 6 hours, almost 6 hour cast. So my voice is a little bit strained. Gotta try to not speak for the next day. With that, we're going to be wrapping up here for the time being. When it comes to the rest of the CranKy Ducklings schedule, bam, as you can see here, we have our weekly schedule ahead of us. We did announce that we're going to be cutting back our casting. Usually we're live every single day and multiple times a day, and even here with this schedule, we have a pretty busy schedule. But at least until post BlizzCon, we're not going to be covering the Warty TV Monday or Kung Fu Cup or Pegasus Cup. You can see here, Pegasus Cup is scheduled for tomorrow, Wednesday morning. That's in like 8 hours, in 8 hours time. But again, after this cast, I'm tapped out. So gonna get some rest. Probably will not be covering Pegasus Cup this week. We have more GSTL throughout the course of the week. You can see the rebroadcast of the VOD. That'll be Thursday morning and Sunday morning. Next live cast of GSTL is going to be Saturday evening. We have the Pondcast, we have ISSL, we have the Patches Patch Clash, and we have Sparkling Tuna Cup over the weekend. Plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft. Again, notoriously over the past like 4 years, we have been the most active StarCraft channel out there. Like, we cast more StarCraft than anyone else. I say for the past 4 years, yeah, since around like 2021-ish era of StarCraft, 2021, 2022. We cast more StarCraft than anyone else. We have the quantity and we have a little bit of the quality as well. But this year we've been cutting back. I believe that Warty did overtake us this year for covering more StarCraft, but we have been casting a little bit less as of late. We just have a little bit less free time available, or time to cast. You know, other things have taken up some of our time. And of course, I did mention that we're cutting back a little bit, at least coming into BlizzCon, until post BlizzCon as well. So we're cutting back a little bit, covering a little bit less, and regardless, though, still plenty of StarCraft to go on. So plenty of StarCraft, of course. So if you want to follow us, you can check us out over on YouTube or Discord or on other channels, of course, as well. VODs available, of course, on SOOP. If you want to help support this event, patreon.com/GSL. Patreon.com/GSL. This is funded via the Patreon. You can help support this event and help fund this event and future GSL seasons via the Patreon. Thanks for watching. Big shout to Intel. True. You can see that above me. Intel's the main sponsor. Big shout to Intel. Big shout to SOOP. Thanks for watching. We'll see you guys next time, whether it's on the CranKy Ducklings or some more GSTL. See you for the next broadcast. Until then, thanks for watching. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego. Thanks for watching. Gonna go pass out. It is 3 a.m. in the morning. 3 a.m. here in Australia. I'm gonna pass out. See you next time. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.